اللحظات إلى قمة أبو ظبي للإعلام.
Hope you all enjoyed your lunch and welcome back for our afternoon sessions. And a bit about our next speaker. Under his leadership, IMAX has grown to more than 860 theaters in 59 countries and has presented some of the 2014 top movies, including Captain America, The Winter Soldier, and The American Spider-Man 2.
نعم، إذا نقترب في هذه الجلسة مع السيد ريتشارد جيلفونج حول تجربة رائدة في مجال صناعة السينما. طبعا شركة آي ماكس التي هو أيضا رئيسها التنفيذي تمتلك 860 صالة سينما في 59 بلد، وأيضا قدمت عدد كبير من الأفلام كما أشارت ديالا. فقط في عام 2014 تابعنا فيلم الرجل العنكبوت أو Amazing Spider-Man وغودزيلا وأيضا حراس المجرة، والذي حققت هذه الأفلام بالفعل إيرادات ربما هي الأعلى في عام 2014.
Please welcome CEO IMAX, Rich Galfond. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for inviting me to the conference, and it's a pleasure to be here. The entertainment industry, like so many others, is undergoing enormous changes as a result of globalization and the extraordinary growth of the worldwide middle class. In our industry that has reached in a significant shift in the global box office, until recently, the US generated 2/3 of the global box office, while the rest of the world contributed only 1/3. Today, the reverse is true. Think about it. Nearly 70% of the global box office is generated outside of the United States. India has the most admissions in the world. It would be foolish to ignore these numbers. The Hollywood blockbuster Transformers: Age of Extinction generated more box office in China than it did in the United States. Life of Pi, which was financed by an American studio made by a Taiwanese director and starred an actor from India, which was also where most of the computer graphics were done, made more money in China than it did in the United States. Likewise, films made outside the US, such as The King's Speech and Pan's Labyrinth, earned more in the US than in the countries where they were made. What that all means is that traditional models for creating, distributing, and monetizing content have changed and will continue to change. US studios are paying more attention to international box office than they used to. In some cases, more attention than they pay to US box office, which obviously makes sense because that's where they earn most of their money internationally. Virtually no big budget movie in Hollywood is approved without considering what its box office potential would be in China. So in a studio green light meeting, one of the key questions before it was released is how will it play in China? Likewise, foreign studios are starting to think about their own export markets. Budgets in developing countries are increasing rapidly, and Hollywood would do well to take note. The impact of globalization on international film markets has also been significant. Never before have there been so much activity in entertainment markets outside of North America, with new film ecosystems emerging. In China, there were 2,000 screens in 2004, and by the end of this year, there will be 20,000 screens. India is the world's largest filmmaking industry by theater admissions and by number of films produced annually. Here in the Middle East, there are a number of established and emerging film ecosystems, such as in the UAE, that are becoming a destination for Hollywood and international film markets. In fact, the number of IMAX theaters in the Middle East has gone from 2 in 2001 to 15 today. Based on our activity in the region, we expect this number to double by 2017. We're also seeing increased collaborations among global film markets where countries are pooling financial, creative, and technical resources to create and distribute content. In September, India and China signed a long-planned film co-production agreement aiming to strengthen ties between their film industries. Also, a growing number of Bollywood films are selecting Dubai as their premier filming location. I expect this culture of collaboration to continue to grow. With international film market growth, we're also seeing more foreign films exported to markets outside of their home territories. Outside of India, Bollywood has many fans in neighboring countries, as you all know well here, and in countries with large Indo-Pakistani communities, including the UK, Australia, and Canada. IMAX's most successful international titles, India's Doom 3, Russia's Stalingrad, and China's The Monkey King, were exported to many other markets and made tremendous box office, primarily in those expat markets. With globalization, I believe this trend will continue, and we should anticipate a rise in foreign film imports. What does all this mean for the future of entertainment around the world? Well, while Hollywood, with its established infrastructure, certainly still has an advantage, based on what I've just told you, Hollywood really cannot afford to be complacent. Some of the fixed costs and some of the investment in capital equipment, some of the psychology about worldwide distribution may frankly be dated and old ways of thinking about things. Those who will succeed in the new media world order must understand these broader issues to maintain their leadership position. There currently exists an opportunity for regions outside of Hollywood to pick up market share by building the infrastructure, creating the incentives to work in those areas, and perhaps partnering with local entities to create and train talent to populate the integrated workforce that is needed. Over time, because of the shift in the box office and the productions, and the fact that every new movie is essentially a startup, it would be natural to assume that some productions are going to shift, and the regions that learn to leverage this shift will get a bigger piece of the pie. What I mean by every new movie being a new production, you essentially create new sets, you hire new people, you hire new directors, you hire new actors. So it's interesting that historically a lot was done in Hollywood, but today, especially with digital effects, there's no reason it has to be that way in the future. Additionally, the nature of storytelling must appeal to a worldwide audience, particularly when it comes to blockbuster films. It's no longer enough to insert ethnic actors into big budget movies to appeal to foreign audiences. Studios must truly consider a global audience when making a film. A great example of how all this can work successfully is Transformers: Age of Extinction, which was made by Paramount and directed by Michael Bay. It was shot in Hong Kong and mainland China. Local Chinese actors were cast for the production, and there was even a reality TV show in China where the winners got to appear in the film. In addition, the film's worldwide premiere took place in a special IMAX theater that we built in Hong Kong just for the event. So here's a case where a Hollywood film, from its plotline to who appears in the movie to where it's shot, is truly global in every aspect of its release, and that includes financing. To gain international market share, North American studios must approach each new market differently, partnering and acting locally and being mindful of cultural sensitivities. For the first time in the history of American cinema, Hollywood studios have set up international offices to facilitate local productions filmed in local languages. Legendary Entertainment formed Legendary East, headquartered in Beijing. In India, Disney, Viacom, and Fox have all set up subsidiaries to create Bollywood content. There's every reason to believe that over time, this trend will continue, and we all need to be prepared. Our global strategy at IMAX is simple. Think and act like a local company wherever in the world we're doing business. In China, we have 60 employees, and if we have any local issues, we resolve them through our local relationships, not through bilateral relationships. We built a business model that's a win-win for all involved there, and today China is our second largest market outside the US, and in 3 years it'll be our largest market in the world. We've essentially grown up with the Chinese film industry and the Chinese consumer and think that's going to happen in the rest of the world, including in this region. We now have 880 IMAX theaters across 60 countries. We tailor our programming to specific regions or countries through a combination of Hollywood and local language films in markets like France, India, Russia, and China. Since 2010, we've presented 23 local language films in IMAX to strong success. The Russian film Stalingrad was the most successful film in the history of Russian cinema, and IMAX generated 13% of the film's total box office on only 39 IMAX screens. The IMAX per screen average for our first ever Bollywood title, Doom 3, was 4 times that of regular multiplexes in India. We're also participating in the release of 4 of the top 5 highest grossing films in the history of China. Our global approach to programming, combined with our network growth, has resulted in our international box office surpassing our domestic box office in almost every quarter since 2013. There's no reason to believe this trend will change as we continue to expand our network globally. Within the context of all I've just discussed, an interesting question is, will this change caused by globalization affect the soft power traditionally wielded by Hollywood, using movies as a cultural influence to export the American dream worldwide? The U.S. film industry has been the largest and most important exporter of Western values and American influence. But with the rise of international film markets, other voices want to be heard on the global entertainment platform. Last year, the Dalian Wanda Group broke ground on a multi-billion-dollar movie production complex in Qingdao as part of a plan to recreate Hollywood in China. Fosun, a Chinese company, invested $200 million into a company called Studio 8, run by Jeff Robinoff, who used to be a very senior person at Warner Brothers. SoftBank invested $250 million in Legendary Studios. While all of this will create competition for Hollywood, it will also force it to challenge the status quo and enhance its own understanding and ability to make better films for wider audiences. I believe that the most successful studios will be those that can incorporate their home country's values and cultural identity while adding subtle nuances to appeal to broader markets. It's also interesting to note that in a sense, globalization creates a democratization of the filmmaking process. When you look at a film production, as I said before, every new movie is a startup regardless of where it's located in the world. It has a new director, a new cast, except for sequels, of course, which they make money by leveraging off the old cast, new sound stages, a new director of photography, etc. The traditional economic and technological barriers related to how, who, and where content is created are weakening. I believe the talents and film successes of the future will be found in new places and in new and exciting ways. Not only are international film studios responding to globalization, but governments worldwide are also seeing the benefits of a strong entertainment ecosystem in their respective countries. Here are some key initiatives the Middle East is following and should continue to implement to foster its own ecosystem. Number one, offer incentives to attract global film productions. This has both direct benefits, such as the impact on GDP and rise in employment, and indirect benefits, such as growth in tourism, technology, and knowledge transfer. In Canada, many U.S. productions are enticed by the country's lower exchange rate, lucrative tax credits, and skilled workforce. Mission Impossible 5, the sequels to Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy, The Avengers, and the next Star Wars installment are all currently shooting in the UK thanks to a competitive tax credit. The Abu Dhabi Film Commission announced a 30% rebate for production shooting in the city in 2012. Since then, there's been an increase in film productions with high-profile movies such as Fast and Furious 7, which is coming out next April, including an IMAX, and Star Wars, which recently completed shooting in the city. And by the way, the segment of Star Wars that was shot here in Abu Dhabi was shot with IMAX cameras and is one of the set pieces of the film. 2, build the infrastructure needed, create the opportunities for people to enter the industry, and perhaps partner with universities to train the talent and create an integrated local workforce. For example, here in Abu Dhabi, the fact that NYU, with its world-renowned film school, is here certainly gives you a leg up in creating the infrastructure through education. I believe international markets will have a bigger piece of the pie and reap the many benefits that come with a robust film market. 3, create an industry cluster that can collectively lobby and shape the entertainment landscape, making the Middle East a can't-miss destination for other media hubs located throughout the world. As a final observation, we can't have a conversation about global shifts without mentioning the impact of digital advance and on how content is created and how content is consumed. With more devices and better in-home entertainment experiences, out-of-home entertainment will need to evolve. There's a tremendous sense of responsibility among film executives worldwide to improve the movie-going experience in the future. The theater is where the filmmakers want their movies to be seen first, in a comfortable environment with the latest image and sound technology. I believe consumers still want to have a social experience and see movies in a group, but that experience must be superior to what they can get in their homes. That's one reason we believe IMAX has been so popular, particularly on a global scale. Just this weekend, 2 weekends ago, Interstellar opened, and in the first 9 days, IMAX did $50 million. In the United States, we did 25% of the whole box office on 350 screens out of over 8,000 screens where the movie was released. We did 20% of the box office in China. And here in the Middle East, the second weekend did 10% more than the first weekend did. And by the way, our theaters in the Middle East are among the highest grossing in the world. Our immersive cinematic experience offers consumers something that can't be replicated in the home. So as long as filmmakers produce compelling stories that connect with audiences while pushing the boundaries of technology to enhance storytelling, we should be in great shape. I don't think anyone could predict how this all plays out at the end of the day, but there is no question in my mind that globalization will continue to have a major impact on the way people consume entertainment, the nature of storytelling, where content is created, and where future audiences will emerge. As this unfolds over the next 5 to 10 years, we'll have an opportunity to assess who are the winners in this new reality and who are the losers. I'm optimistic that for worldwide consumers, it's all going to lead to better forms of entertainment, particularly those that are more culturally attuned to the markets that they're showing in as the global marketplace continues to evolve. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any of your questions. Please.
So I agree that technology evolution in the homes with bigger screen, better quality, and can be matched in the theater by having similar technology, better quality picture and sounds. But we see also the regular cinemas also improve in new technologies like 3Ds and 4Ds with a lot of effect. So that will be some sort of competition to the IMAX. But I tend to agree. I mean, I've been a frequent goer to the IMAX, and it's a fantastic experience. But if we look at not from the technology and the quality of the picture aspect, but more from the time that consumer spend time watching television or consume media, we've seen in the last 5 years phenomenal growth of and excitement happening in the series, in the TV series. I mean, never before people got so hooked up into series as they are in the last few years. And now we're also seeing producer of very famous movies going to the TV series. And, there are so many examples related to that. Do you see the excitement happening in the TV series kind of compete with the movies industry? Or you try to take advantage of that somehow by bringing it to the cinemas and the IMAX theaters?
I think a little bit of both. I think that you still look at the top directors in the world that want the top budgets, and the budget for Interstellar was about $180 million. So you obviously can't make an ongoing series with that kind of budget. So I still think that the top level director talent is going to be migrated to those kind of budgets, and there's no way the model works to do that in TV. On the other hand, I think your second observation is definitely right. TV makes way more money than movies for studios, and I think episodic TV is something that will eventually show up in theaters. They opened, Game of Thrones was open at a big basketball arena in Brooklyn, New York, and 19,000 people came out to see it. So I think the lines are going to start to blur, and I think the best content that's produced for television will start to show up in different forms in theaters. And I also think studios will change their philosophy over time. So you look at the sequel. In a way, a sequel is like a series over, if it's Harry Potter, it's over 5 years or 6 years. But I do think that model is consistent with consumer tastes and will be increasingly adopted in the movie industry. Are there any other? I see a hand in the back. Do I see a hand in the back there or not? It may be an illusion. Come on, guys. IMAX is a really interesting business. Technology, laser, global. There's got to be some questions. I didn't answer everything. I'm sure of that. Back there.
I wanted to ask you a question about, first of all, thanks for your presentation. It was very illuminating. And I was very interested to listen to you talk about sort of the recipe for success to build out an industry. And this is where my question lies. I'm Canadian. I spent my last 5 years living in Canada in Vancouver. And something that I became very aware of was that film in the end is a very soft industry. So when the Canadian dollar was at 70 American cents, you couldn't walk down a Vancouver street without seeing some American production. And then it went to 85 cents, and they had to offset that with tax breaks. Then it went to 90 cents, and they couldn't offset it with tax breaks. And suddenly Mexico became the new home for all this stuff that was being shot in Vancouver. So how does one prevent this type of soft movement from happening?
See, I think the answer to that has a lot to do with technology. So I think the fixed overhead of making a big movie in these productions is such that if you're a technology leader, you can overcome that. So, for example, making an animated movie through the studio structure in Los Angeles costs multiples of what it would cost to make it in China or India, or outsource a lot of that. And I think especially special effects. You look at the big blockbuster movies and the dependence on those movies on special effects, and particularly developing countries with lower labor rates, you can really compete over the longer term doing that. I think Hollywood needs, as I was talking about in the prepared remarks, Hollywood needs to be rethought in certain ways, because I think the pay scales and the infrastructure, while on the surface it provides a competitive advantage, deeper than the surface, I think it also provides a little bit of an anchor to the bottom. So I do think there's an opportunity, although obviously the short-term swings in the value of currencies, does affect short-term behavior. But I think when you look at over time, the combination of technology and infrastructure, and another thing I touched on in my comments is building the whole ecosystem. So using film schools, creating the technical skills to go along. I think what happened in Canada with the currency was they were sort of just renting out studios. They really didn't take a holistic approach to it. And if you're just renting out real estate, then you're going to be subject to the short-term swings in the currency rather than if you're really providing a value-added proposition. Right over here.
Great presentation. I really appreciate hearing the whole vision about the sector. Two questions for you. One regarding the technology, what's coming up from your end of the business, and a second question regarding the room that you have for independent cinema. You talked about blockbusters and how globally things are changing and where you have new market players that are coming in. But a lot of those market players are really still at more of an independent cinema type of approach. So what is IMAX's take on that?
So first on technology, we've always tried to innovate and reinvent ourselves. So we actually became digital before the mainstream industry became digital because it was cost prohibitive. For us, one IMAX print of one movie cost $30,000. Now that we're digital, it costs $150. So we beat those costs out before someone else beat us to it. So our latest innovation, it's called laser projection. So any projector that you've seen is based on something called a xenon lamp, and it's an electric bulb. But with an electric bulb, if it gets too bright, it blows up. So you can't create large enough images or bright enough images. So over the last 3 years, we acquired patents and we invested about $50 million, and we invented a new system that works on laser technology, and it's way brighter than anything you've seen today. It's way, the blacks are blacker, which is a big deal. The colors are much better colors, and you can do much bigger screens. So what you used to think was a big IMAX screen is going to be a small IMAX screen someday because of that technology. And it's not incremental, it's really revolutionary. I think we're opening the first one in the region in the Mall of Qatar in 2016, so you'll be able to see it. It's a revolutionary change that'll look great. We've also tried to really enhance the sound system because sound is such a big part of the movie-going experience, and we're introducing a next-generation technology. We've been very involved in image capture, so Michael Bay shot a significant part of Transformers using a new digital camera that we just invented. So we're always trying to think of, particularly in light of what this gentleman was talking about before, in the home and the innovations and consumers wanting to sit on the couch. So you can't just be complacent and pretend that what you're doing today is going to be good enough 10 years from now. You have to keep going forward, which we're very much trying to do. In terms of the role of the independents, in a way, I think it could be the golden age for independents, but they may have to rethink their business model a little bit because the cost of distribution is so high and the in-home changes are so massive that if you think of independents the way you used to think about them, you put up the money, you finance the movie, you go to festivals, you try and sell your movie, you try and get theaters to take it. That model may be obsoleted. But on the other hand, it's so cheap to distribute now, and you don't need a studio to distribute. You can self-distribute, or you could distribute through Netflix or another service like that. And the costs of production have been wrung out because you can shoot it with your iPhone if you want. You don't need big production studios or special cameras to do it. So I think it's going to really thrive, but I think the distribution patterns will change, and maybe more of it will go to the home away from the theater, and more of it will go to mobile devices. But I think more independent filmmakers will be able to have their story told and get it out there. And I think given also the viral nature of the world today, if you get it out there, people, word of mouth spreading so quickly, I think there's even a higher probability of success. So no one went into the independent movie business to get rich. A few people it happened to. But if you go in it to make a statement and show your vision, I think this might be one of the best times in history to do that. Are there any other questions? Oh, one back there.
Hi.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Sorry, we'll get you next.
Hey. Hi, thank you very much for your presentation. It was amazing. I have two questions. The first one was, what's your favorite movie for 2014? And the second question is, my friends and I always go back and forth and debate that there's been a huge increase in superhero movies. Avengers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Spider-Man 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Transformers up to 4. Is this increase in superhero movies a clear lack of innovation? Or is it just people really like them, so let's just keep making them? So what's the reason behind all these new superhero movies?
So my favorite movie, and I hope you get to see it, especially in IMAX, is Interstellar. If you haven't seen it, it's just incredible. It's very. If you saw, I don't know if you saw Inception, the Chris Nolan movie, but it has those elements to it. It's quite intellectually stimulating, but more importantly, visually and sound. It's amazing. It's something you really need to see if you haven't seen it. In terms of the superhero movies, I think the reason for those is because there are no brands in the movie industry, so you have to think about it like nobody goes to a Sony movie because it's Sony, right? They don't wake up one morning and go, oh, Fox, I got to go to a Fox movie. But I think the brands become, like you said, Spider-Man's a brand, Harry Potter's a brand, and you brought in the audiences. So I think that's kind of the intellectual reason for it, because you've established a brand, you build off it. An economic reason is you have the sets, you could kind of formulaic make more money. Another reason is I think that most people in Hollywood tend to be risk averse. So if you're the executive that greenlit, Hunger Games 3, which opens today, and it doesn't work, you can say, what do you want from me? It was Hunger Games 3, it couldn't fail. On the other hand, if you're the ones who said, the hungry game, which you dreamed out of your head, and it fails, your boss is going to go to you. What kind of idiot would come up with a stupid movie like The Hungry Game? So I think one of the reasons, besides the other more legitimate reasons, is that, it's just people are not incented to take risk. They're incented to make money following the status quo. There was a question back there.
Hi, Brian Gruber, and any anecdote that includes Brooklyn in it is always a great anecdote, isn't it? I wonder about your thoughts as to where day and date might be going with theatrical and television, and whether you see that exclusively as a threat for your business, or because you offer such an exclusive and superior experience that people can never have in the home, that might help to differentiate you further.
That's a really good question and a very complicated one. I think there's no question that different organizations, from Netflix, which has already announced 4 Adam Sandler movies and 2 other full-length movies that are going to go direct to Netflix rather than to theaters, to the agendas of some of the studios on a worldwide basis, where they want to distribute content and cut out the middleman. I think there's no question that there's going to be an attack on windows. What I personally think is going to happen is that for the blockbuster movies, the windows are going to hold for a longer time than we think, and I think the reason for that is you can make money over multiple platforms, and you can market. You use essentially the theatrical release as a full-length trailer for the releases that follow, and you can monetize various windows. So I think there's going to be a lot of talk about it, but I think for the bigger budget movies, it's going to take much longer than people think. And, and I think for the other movies, the assault is going to happen soon, and I don't know, we'll see. So from IMAX's point of view, I don't know either, we'll see. So we announced an experiment with Netflix. Netflix is making the sequel to Crouching Tiger. The first one was made by one of the studios and sold the rights to Netflix. So this is happening next August, and it's going directly to the home. And we thought we would do a little bit of an experiment, and we would distribute it in IMAX theatrically and charge people our regular ticket prices to do it. And our thought process was, if people want to see it on any device, we're just a different device, and we'll see. There's been some resistance in our industry, even to the test, and we made it clear that that's all it was. But if you ask me the question next late August, I think I'll have an answer. I really don't know what consumer behavior will be at that time. I'm getting waved. That means stop? Okay. I'm sorry I don't speak that language so well. But anyway, thank you very much. It was my pleasure to come here.
Thank you, Gelfand, for your interesting topics that you shared with us.
طبعا الكثير من الكلام بإمكانكم متابعة الأفلام التي تعرضها شركة آي ماكس. شكرا لريتش على هذه الجولة مع ما تقدمه شركة آي ماكس من أفلام رائدة ورائعة. Thank you, Rich. It's a pleasure.
So for next, we are going to hear from Mansour Khan, the director of MENA and South Asian at Kantara Media. Please welcome Mansour.
رحبوا بالسيد منصور، وهو متخصص في قياس مدى استجابة الجمهور ومتابعة الجمهور عبر التلفزيون في الشرق الأوسط وآسيا. It's your stage. وهذه الشركة أيضا متخصصة في عرض الأرقام. إذن سنتابع عرض جميل وجيد مع الأستاذ منصور.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's really good to be here. It's my second year here, and this summit continues to raise the bar in media leadership. I think a lot of credit must go to 2454 and its partners in this regard. My experiences have been that this summit is really fast approaching as a next Davos of media, but perhaps without the snow. Looking at this title, I'm sure some of you would be somewhat confused to what this actually means. So let me start and clarify this with a key word that's contains in there and also runs through the theme of my presentation. Most of us here share a common importance, and that's audiences. This is the common denominator that links us in the world of media. So there's no better place to kick off audiences starting with a good story for TV. I guess TV has been slightly marginalized in the first day of the summit slightly. So let's just do a bit of a reality check here. Here, as you can see, I'm going to be supported by some characters from probably the greatest spaghetti western of them all, Good, Bad, and the Ugly. There is no better captivator of audiences on earth than TV. And this is true even for today. Television is the super medium around which all others revolve because of its sheer and instant impact to expose to us to so much more, be this information, entertainment, or sport. It's a powerful catalyst for all other media. There's many like me who love our big TV sets, all delivered with increasing definition and fidelity. Whereas we're spending valuable time and money on it. We have done it for years, and I'll argue that we're going to do so for many more years to come. Let me show you some figures to support the power of TV. Here we have some data from the UK. UK is actually operating at the digital frontline of TV. And this data has been recently released from Thinkbox, which is the TV industry's promotion body in the UK. Basically, what it is showing here is that there was a fear that live TV was in terminal decline. Well, this is absolutely not the case. A massive 88% of TV is still predominantly a live experience. I'm sure the commercial TV broadcasters here would be smiling at this figure. Let me also give you a peek at some other topical factors supposedly impacting on TV viewing. UK has recently included time shift or non-linear viewing of up to 3 weeks in their reporting. This has added only 1.8% to the total TV viewing. With growing access to mobile devices and connected screens for watching video on demand content, this has actually only added 1.5% to the overall TV consumption. So this still seems to be a minority pursuit. So how does this good story for TV stack up in terms of revenues for the TV industry? Well, we continue to see a good growth in terms of year-on-year 5% across the TV industry. And in 2012, the total TV industry revenue accounted for 252 billion UK pounds, significant contributors coming from advertising and subscription, which show also a healthy growth. Looking at the global advertising expenditure, the compounded annual growth rate is estimated close to 5% for this advertising industry. Television share is stabilizing around the 40% mark. With TV ad spend in the excess of $200 billion, TV is still the dominant super medium, and all predictions say it will stay that way. No surprises here for the internet. All predictions point to significant ADX growth of around 15% compounded, with the two key drivers being online video and mobile. ADX growth for both of these is predicted to be around 30 to 50% respectively. However, with the rise of Netflix and other similar video-on-demand streaming services, these are challenging the current media business models. But the truth is, audiences have never had it so good. There's no denying right now, with the increasing pervasive nature of digital in our lives, the audiences of today have enormous influence in controlling what, where, and when they consume their media. However, the impact from the mix of reasons shown here has led to audiences fragmentation and the niche long-tail behavior of TV and video viewing. All in all, it makes your job of targeting eyeballs and our jobs of measuring them so much more challenging. An example of traditional broadcasters having this problem comes in the form of what can be called as digital disruptors, such as Netflix and Amazon, who have created unique TV content solely for online audiences, such as The House of Cards, a TV show not shown on TV. And it is predicted by 2018, 84% of all internet traffic will be videos. So, coming back to the good story for TV, with the launch of iPad in 2010 has shown that tablet ownership has quite simply added to the audience's viewing levels, leading to video consumption being at an all-time high. And the interesting thing is, all these changes are actually boosting TV viewership. As you can see from the figures from our 48 television audience measurement studies worldwide, you can see the trend that over time, people are actually watching more TV. In 2013, the average individual per day watching was 3 hours and 53 minutes. Example of online devices driving TV viewing, here BBC programme content delivered on the BBC iPlayer was requested a phenomenal 320 million times in the month of March this year. And of these requests, 42% came from mobile and tablet devices. But success on all these platforms does come at a cost and requires a lot of thinking out of the box and some deep pockets. And the majority of content providers are still struggling to make ends meet in the digital online world. So, the good, the bad, and the ugly story brings us eventually to the central question. What does it mean for TV audience measurement, and importantly for you? Let's attempt to answer this by continuing the story just for a little longer. When it comes to audience measurement, television has been and still is the strongest trading media currency. And the main reason for this is people-metered panels. People meters are electronic devices that connects to television sets, and they automatically record what program is viewed for how long and which people have actually watched that particular program. The use of this research methodology in TAM is the global de facto standard, and it's really positive to see that finally in the MENA region has started adopting this critical research, like the case right here in the UAE with the TVU National TAM service, commissioned to Kantar Media, of course. And benefits will impact and raise the media industry levels to where they duly deserve to be at. However, but in some markets, TAM, television audience measurement, is under pressure because of these increasing challenges, like how do you track and measure all those different screens, keep pace with all those video online services, and for us, how do we provide robust data regardless of audience's size? And it goes without saying that it would be extremely expensive to solve some of these issues simply just by increasing panel sizes or using the traditional measurement approaches. Yes, I have a good story to really nearly finish on by giving you a very brief example of an innovative research solution that addresses many of the challenges faced in the measurement of TV audiences. To put this quite simply, it's about harnessing data. It's about the hybrid integration of two key data sources using powerful data fusion engines. Let me very briefly just touch upon what I mean. What we have here is a lot of data, or big data, that we've managed to extract out of set-top boxes, online or mobile devices, and integrating this with people meter TAM data. The fusion of these data provides significantly more robust, holistic, and representative viewing insights, and this is the next big step in the understanding of TV audiences of today, as well as that of the future. However, it must be stressed, the foundation for this is still the people meter TAM panel. This underpins the whole approach and is still the core. A very small example of the benefits of integration can be seen here in the UK. 53,000 spots from 100 Sky channels, Barb, which is the UK industry measurement body there, said 50% had no viewing. But through the integration approach, this reduced this down to 12%. So, to conclude, we no longer think of TV as a set in the living room or the bedroom. The way TV is delivered and consumed is changing, and measurement has to make that transition from measuring television audiences to measuring video audiences, wherever and however the audiences consumes it. Kantar Media are pioneering developments both in VAM and in panel integration in two key markets right now. Barb in the UK, which I said is the UK Industries Measurement Service, we're working with them on Project Dovetail, a hybrid measurement system based on Kantar's integration approach, which is set to launch in 2016 and is to be the UK's new gold standard. SKO, the industry body responsible for behavior and viewing in Netherlands, will be the first country in the world to have a TV currency service effectively producing VAM ratings, again using the same integration approach, hopefully later in 2015. The future of television audience for us means ensuring we're getting the whole picture, and that means across all those different screens viewable for the audiences. The future of audience measurement is hybrid, and it's here now. Thank you from Blondie, Angel Eyes, and Tuco. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation.
إذن سنتابع معكم بعد قليل جلسة بعنوان تصور التلفزيون من الجديد أو من الاجتماعي إلى الشاشة التالية.
So, to the next discussion, please welcome to the stage Dr. Jeffrey Cole, who runs the USC Annenberg School Center for the Digital Future.
إذن نرحب بالدكتور جيفري وهو مدير مركز مدرسة إمبرغ للمستقبل ليدير هذه الجلسة.
Welcome, Dr.
فليتفضل
Jeffrey.
لدعوة المتحدثين. هذا الجلسة.
Well, it's great to be here. This demonstrates what everybody knows. Television's still the one thing that can draw an audience. So it's good that you're here. So let's get started. We saw some of the work I do. We saw in 1975 in most of the developed world, people spent 16 hours a week in front of a screen. Last year, it was 47 hours. And we think it'll be close to 60 hours in the next 5 to 8 years. But 1975, 16 hours, those were all 16 hours on the screen in the home on a schedule, television. The 47 hours are now on 3, or depending on how you count tablets, 4 screens. The world is changing. In the work I do tracking people globally, we found one of the most interesting audiences to study, and we didn't know this when we started, were college students who just graduated and were getting their first apartments or houses. And that's when they had to decide which things they grew up with they were willing to pay for and which things they weren't. And that's where 14 years ago we saw they weren't getting landline telephones. And it was pretty clear what was going to happen to landline phones, and it has. That's where we saw they weren't subscribing to printed newspapers, and it was clear what ultimately was going to happen to the printed newspaper. 3 years ago, we saw they weren't getting cable or satellite television, and then the last year we've seen they aren't even getting television sets. But that's not lack of interest in television. Their interest in television is greater than any generation we've seen. They just watch on different devices in different ways, non-linear, and the whole way in which television is reaching its consumers is changing. I think television, the line I use is television's at the tipping point again. HBO just went over the top in the first country other than the Nordic countries. We think lots of television is going to go over the top, changing the economics and the distribution. We think the only thing that matters anymore is content, and through social media, people know how to find good content. I grew up in Hollywood where the mantra was content is king. I would argue today, pardon the incorrect grammar, content is kinger than it has ever been. And we've even seen that the line between film and television is changing. Film used to be the high status medium that the big stars went to. And now today, some of the biggest stars in the world, the Kevin Spaceys, the Matt Damons, the Michael Douglases, are now more interested in television than they are in film for a variety of reasons. So I've been gifted with this great panel. That's enough of me. Let's get started, and let's really get into some questions. And the format is I'm going to have a short conversation individually with each of our 4 panelists, and then we'll join together in a conversation and hopefully find some disagreement as well as agreement, and then we'll open it up to the audience. So let me start. I'm not going to go down the row because I wasn't sure ahead of time where anybody was going to sit anyway. But let me start in the middle, on your right middle, with Jean-Philippe Mehu, if I've been taught how to say that, or JP, who's the Managing Director, Global Brands and Agency Strategy at Twitter. At Twitter, he leads the agency brands and is integrally involved in Twitter's overall television strategy. He joined Twitter when they were acquired, when Twitter acquired Bluefin in 2013, where he was the CEO, and he's also been the CEO at Razorfish in the early days. JP, it's great to have you here. So Twitter, when Twitter first emerged, it was the silliest thing I had ever seen. 140 characters to tell people what you had for lunch yesterday. Now Twitter is transforming television. along with a lot of other things. We've heard about the Arab Spring, how it's changed customer service. How did this 140 character phenomenon become this thing that's transforming the world of television?
So first, thank you for having me. When I joined Twitter as a user in 2007, I had the same feeling. No one was following me, I wasn't following anyone, and I was wondering, what is this platform? And I stopped tweeting for a year, and then I came back in 2008, and since then, I've been a very active user of the platform. And as you mentioned, just 18 months ago, my company was acquired by Twitter. So my company, Bluefin Labs, was analyzing what people are saying on Twitter and Facebook in response to TV. The belief at the time was TV continues to be the most formidable media that defines a culture, that contributes to a culture, that changes a culture, and that starts conversation. But as we know, TV is one way, and the conversation continues primarily on social media. So our company, Bluefin, was looking at TV as a stimulus media and looking at Facebook and Twitter as a response media. And we're analyzing the data between those two media. And what happened is that we realized more and more people are now watching TV with a second screen on their laps, whether it's a laptop, an iPad, or smartphones. And while they do that, some of them do email, a few of them do Facebook, a lot of them are on Twitter. The reason that they favor Twitter while they watch TV is because Twitter is truly a live platform. If you go on Facebook, a lot of the posts are going to be from yesterday and 2 days ago. Twitter, by definition, the way the technology works, the tweets are going to appear on the timeline based on the recency of the tweet. So Twitter being a truly live platform, people started to be on Twitter while they were watching TV. A few of them were tweeting. A lot of them were just reading tweets about the TV shows. So we started to analyze that data. And since then, the past 2 years, we've been working with TV networks on one side and the rating companies on the other side, Nielsen in the US, Kantar for Europe, Ibope for Brazil, to really understand how the data can contribute to TV networks selling their content and for advertisers to understand which shows have the highest correlation or affinity with the audience. So I don't know if how many of you are on Twitter, but there's a hashtag called BFF. Anybody knows hashtag BFF? Yes? What is it? Best friend forever. So more and more I'm saying that Twitter and TV are hashtag BFF.
And you say you're working with networks. Other than people providing feedback to each other through Twitter, how are broadcasters beginning to think about incorporating Twitter when they create programs?
So TV networks, seeing that a lot of people were on Twitter, started to basically integrate Twitter into their show. So we see that with award shows. Anybody, the Ellen selfie? You remember the Ellen selfie during the Oscars? 4 billion people in the world saw that selfie. But also, in the reality shows, a lot of the voting or some of the activations are using Twitter. CNN and other news networks are putting tweets at the bottom of their screen. So TV networks are more and more interested by, obviously, the one-way communication they can provide, but also integrating the response that they see on social networks to make their content much more live, much more robust, much more in sync with their audiences. So we've seen a lot of TV networks integrating Twitter content on their shows. The second thing that we see is Nielsen did an analysis in the US that shows that Twitter buzz around TV shows actually increase the tune-in of the shows, the actual rating of the shows. They basically came out with a study that shows that 30% of TV shows have seen an increase in their ratings thanks to Twitter.
That's really interesting. We actually believe that not too far from now, the 5 of us will be able to watch a show together in 5 different places, and through Twitter have a closed network and be able to share, and it'll appear at the bottom of the screen. Let's move on to your left, to Ralph Rivera. Ralph is the director of future media at the BBC. Of course, when we think of stodgy television, we think of the BBC. So we hope you know, you're going to show us why that's a stereotype and not true, and that future media and BBC are not oxymorons, and I don't think they are. Ralph describes himself as the American engineer in the land of British storytellers. He's responsible for all of the BBC's online products in distribution. He also has a background where he was present at the creation of one of the classic internet companies, AOL, for the first 10 years. So Ralph, let's start looking a little bit at what the BBC does, and I think they're not actually very stodgy. And let's talk about the Olympics in 2012, which many people said were one of the really first digital events. And it was in your city. What did you do during the Olympics in 2012, and what did you learn?
Yeah.
And what went right and what went wrong?
The Olympics is the reason I went to the BBC in 2010, was to get ready for that event. And the ambition was over the top. It was a generational event to be the host city, host nation for the Olympics, and obviously the BBC needed to take it to another level, so the ambition was there. And for us, what that translated to is the notion of never miss a moment. The idea that actually the majority of people in the UK would not get a ticket to the Olympics, but through the BBC, everyone would get a ticket, not miss a moment. So what that translated to was all of the video, live and on demand, all of the data in real time for every athlete, event, and country, on all the networks, on all devices, laptop, connected TVs, mobile phones, and tablets. And that had never been done before. Right after the Olympics, we won awards saying it was the first truly digital Olympics. It helped that NBC decided to hold back the 100 meters, saving it for prime time. And so obviously we didn't do that. And on Twitter, that was recognized very quickly. And it was a truly exceptional moment. That was 2012. Everything that was exceptional about that is business as usual now. Our audiences now expect to get all of the courts on Wimbledon. They expect to get all of the stages in a music festival. We have a Glastonbury Music Festival where we have 6 stages. On TV, we used to do one stage and maybe shots to other stages. Now it's all of the stages. If we don't do that, there's a complaint. And so, and then, video on mobile. Going into 2012, we had iPlayer, so we've been over the top for quite some time, but we only delivered via Wi-Fi. We would not deliver via 3G. Our usage is so large, we were concerned that we would have a negative impact on infrastructure. But we started delivering on 3G. Now 3G mobile consumption of video is just standard, and we have flipped the traffic equation, so the majority of our traffic is now non-PC traffic. The majority is mobile and tablet traffic.
And since your viewers like to eat, work, and maybe even occasionally sleep, how much of the Olympics did they actually view?
Oh, a tremendous amount. I don't have the stats off of my head, but one of the key things that we established is that providing all of the streams online did not cannibalize the primetime audience on linear TV, which is the concern that most people have and the reason why they'll hold back certain events.
One more very quick, you have to answer in 20 seconds. Because your BBC Three.
I'm a New Yorker, so that's very hard.
I'm going to make you, because I'm a New Yorker too. Your BBC Three is going to only online. What's up with that and why?
We're the first broadcaster in the world that has announced plans to shut down a successful channel, broadcast channel, BBC Three, which targets our young audiences in the UK. And we're going to make it online only starting in the autumn. Partly financial, and partly because the audience is going and is already online. And the opportunity for us is not just to deliver TV in the way that we've always delivered it, but online. It is to redefine BBC Three as a brand. So not just long form, but short form, data, a different ethos around how we
Hopefully
deal
we'll
with that
come back
audience.
to that. Okay, but unfortunately we have to move on, but not unfortunately with what we're going to get. So let's now go to Samer Ebden, who is the co-founder and CEO of Istakana, which is a video-on-demand platform offering premium Arab content. He's been involved in several major startups. He comes from the Boston Consulting Group, and he has a degree in astrophysics. And very briefly, before we get into Istakana, how did a degree in astrophysics help you in your career in television, or did it?
Wow. Good question. I guess it, astrophysics deals with the very big and the very small. I guess when you're running your own business, especially in a very new region like this, you kind of have to have that balance, and I guess that's helped. And I'm quite geeky when it comes to the analytics, and we're very strongly data driven. So I think
Good.
that's,
I did notice when I studied astronomy, all the other problems in the world seem more minor when you realize billions of stars and light years. So, okay, so we now have 3 or maybe 4 screens that people are watching on. We've seen just with the iPhone 6 Plus now that even smartphones, and Samsung was ahead of them, have gotten big. So people are watching content on all of these screens. You're creating premium content. Do you care what screen people are watching on? Do you make your content any differently knowing that some people are watching on a little screen? Or do you, as long as they're paying for it, do you not care at all?
So to be fair, we don't create content, we aggregate, just an important distinction. We cater to we cater to as many screens as we can, simply because that's what the consumer wants. Now, do we source content with that in mind? To some degree, yes. To some degree, no. What we do, however, content is king. I think someone earlier in one of the earlier speeches said it's a king amongst kings, and I believe that quite strongly. When it comes to user interface, when it comes to discoverability, when it comes to how you interact with the platform across different devices, that's when we start thinking about what should a tablet look like, what should the smart TV app look like, what should the desktop look like, and they're all different and they all cater to that device in different ways.
But you don't actually care whether people are watching the content you aggregate on a smartphone, a tablet, a 60-inch television set?
Essentially, no. I mean, there's some work that we have to do to make sure that the quality works across all those platforms.
Have you learned which programming works best? It would seem sports undoubtedly would work best on the big screen. Have you learned which content works best on the small screen, or which people are most willing to watch on the smaller screens?
So, the smaller screens is more amenable to shorter form content. But with us, I mean, short form for us is 15, 20 minutes. Long form for us is like 4 hours. So, but honestly, there isn't that much of a difference. The big difference that we do see is in that on the smaller devices, there's a lot of browsing and discovery that happens on mobile. And there's a lot of consumption that happens on the smart TV, tablets, desktop to a certain extent, but that's falling, and we predict in a couple of years that'll be really not very important at all. There is a different behavior across the 2 screens. And it also matters what time of day, right? We see a spike in mobile usage around lunchtime. We predict that's probably people at work or kids at school or whatever logging on and watching on their small screen. We see spikes in bigger screens in the evenings. So I think it's the same user watching the same content across different screens as they go through their day.
Okay. And our last panelist, before we get into a discussion, is Nart Baran, who's head of Sky News Arabia. His job is to safeguard Sky News' standard of impartial and independent world-class news reporting. That's quite a challenge.
Big.
He began as a television journalist in 1990 in the Middle East, where he's covered some of the biggest stories in the world, and they seem to be getting bigger and bigger in the Middle East. So let's start. We've been talking a lot about the future of entertainment. What's the future of news in this digital era? Is digital a friend or an enemy or a frenemy of news? And are you an optimist or a pessimist where your world is concerned?
It's definitely a friend. I'm not pessimistic at all with where the news business is going with everything that's going on around us. As you said, covering some of those stories in the 90s, that things have changed so much. It doesn't scare me at all. I think it's a very positive way where the way the news business is going. One of the things I keep on saying is that when I first started in 1990 and I was in Iraq during that war, I was telling my son, my 12-year-old son, the story, and I said to him, my parents were very, very worried. There was a big censorship on phones. You couldn't make any phone calls to your family. Everything was very difficult, and everybody was very worried about where I was because I was away without any contact for days. And he said to me, couldn't you have just updated your Facebook page? That's the easiest thing that you can do. So it's changed a lot. I think it's gone through different phases. But I think there are 4 pillars of news which are constant. And it works for us as well. And number 1, if you have the ability to go live. So you have to have the ability to go live. And that a news organization is always going to have that capability. So that's a pillar.
Newspapers
of
now
course.
have to go live.
But I mean in video.
Yeah.
I think people want to see, even if it's grainy, even if it's not very clear, they want to see a live picture. The second thing is quality. And what I mean by quality, it is the quality of your content, having something different than everybody else, being able to create exclusive coverage, exclusive interviews, and that's always going to, and having people on the ground, 20 countries, 30 countries, 30, 40 roving reporters, that's always going to create a different kind of important content for you. The third one, which I think is very important, will always be a constant, which is speed. And if you're able to deliver content very quickly and in a very instantaneous as everything that's going on around us, then you're always going to be a leader in the news business. And the fourth one, which is relatively new, and that is interaction or interactivity with your customer or with your viewer. And that's really the fourth one, which has come on board with social media and with everything that's going on, and the second screen and so on. So if you concentrate on those four pillars of being a news organization, and if you change the mindset that you are no longer a news channel, but you are a news platform, you're a news provider, and your customer it's no longer a viewer, he's more of a user of your content, as not necessarily a TV viewer. Changing the mindset of how you do business and how you create your content and how you distribute your content with those 4 pillars, if you have the ability to do all those 4, you're always going to be a successful entity when it comes to news. And that's really where we're seeing it at the moment. And that's why, to answer your question, yes, I am very optimistic.
And those 4 pillars are a good primer. We'll see in a minute or two, we'll look at the business models and economy and see whether you have a right to be optimistic there as well.
Of course.
So let's get into some questions. I have about 5 or 6 questions, but I would be happy if we only got through one of them and really turn this into a discussion. So these are now intended for all of us, and we can move it in whatever direction you want. Not everybody has to answer. But let's start with, as I was reimagining television for this panel, 10, 15 years ago, people said television's dead. What went right or what went wrong?
So I think from the entertainment point of view, I think it was quite a simplistic thing to say TV is dead, right? I mean, there's all this talk about cord cutters and all the rest of it. There will always be a place for live TV. right? News, sports, first airings, premieres of all sorts.
But that's a pretty small percentage of television.
Well, it may be, but it's an important one. And I think, there's also space on the, premiering something, etc. There are all kinds of innovations you could do. Where television will shift is, this linear versus non-linear. It will become a lot more non-linear going forward. It may still be on the TV set, but how you interact with that will be radically different, I think, in 15 years. It'll be a lot about choosing what you want. It'll be a lot about curating your own content and finding people who really curate on an individual level, curate the content for you.
JP, you're head of television strategy for Twitter, so you must really be very bullish on television as well.
Hashtag BFF, so we're never going to give up on our friendship with TV. I never really heard that TV was dead. I think there's a form of TV where if you really reduce the definition of TV to a simplistic form, that is right now being a bit challenged. But TV is, as you said, great content, and people that produce for TV are still the best content creator out there. Nothing beats a 55-inch or 60-inch TV screen to watch some genre of content, even though you will see teenagers watching the same content on a smartphone. If you really give them the choice, they probably will see it on a 60-inch screen. We're actually, I think, going to see more time per day of consumption of content, meaning that it's not that they're going from the TV screen to a smartphone, is they are doing TV screen, they are doing the iPad, the laptop, and they are doing the smartphone. So I think in a day we're going to see more than 24 hours of media consumption because we're going to have synchronous behaviors. And yeah, some genre I think are going to struggle in this linear world, and we're going to see more and more either it's DVR or on-demand shows. But as you said, a lot of the primetime reality shows, sports, award shows. One thing we are realizing at Twitter is that for some shows we are making users, viewers, to have to watch the show live. Otherwise, they are going to basically know the plot if they don't watch it live. So I'm very bullish about the future of TV, especially when I hear people on this panel that realize that they need to evolve their business model.
So we probably need a new definition of television. We're not going to get one, so I think we will have to agree it's just audio and video. That YouTube's as much television as the BBC, although the BBC certainly spent a lot more time building their reputation. Moving on a little bit, and this I think we need to hear from each person, is what about business models? What have we learned about now, well into the digital movement, but still with a lot more to go? What have we learned about what people will pay? What they'll pay for news, what they'll pay for premium content, what they'll pay for Twitter, and some of the services it supports. And the BBC is by definition in the UK non-commercial. But what are we learning about payment? And who would like to start?
Sure, I'll start. I think operating and working in the Middle East, I think we're probably a little bit luckier than other places that linear TV is still a major driver for advertising income. So I think we're always a few years behind in some of these things, and luckily on this one. There's still TV or linear TV is still the major driver for advertising.
But you believe that change is coming?
But I think that's going to change. I think it's going to change in a very drastic way. And I think if you turn the page and you go into the digital world, the power of being able to sell a product to the right age, the gender, the profession, the income, and what that can provide in the digital world in terms of data and information is going to change the way that the advertising world happens in the region. So there will be new advertising models or revenue models, and I think that ability to target a certain group and a certain age and a certain gender for a very specific product is going to be the way forward. There will be probably a hybrid of the two in the meantime while one grows. But I think in this part of the world, in the Middle East, we're a little bit behind, and I don't really see that changing drastically.
So you see your future of news tied largely to advertising?
Advertising, I mean, it depends on the model and depends on, but we personally, yes, it's an advertising
And the BBC
model.
on the other side?
They're lucky.
You're going to be able to count on the government supporting?
License fee supported by the people of the UK, 145.50 per year, which I think is the best deal going, having spent my life paying $180 a month for US television that maybe isn't at the same quality.
And yet they buy commercial television on top of that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll give an insight. I used to run AOL games, and I'll give an insight from there that I think is appropriate online. And I think most people try and take their offline business model and they try and take it online. Right, so if I have a subscription business, I want a subscription business because my whole business is set up that way. I have an advertising business here, I want ads over here. And when I ran games, what was beautiful about games is it didn't have an offline business model for us. It was just online. And so we had a subscription, right, AOL subscription. We also did downloads, so you paid for downloads. We also had ads. And we used to sell virtual objects for your avatar. And so therefore we had microtransactions. And so I think as people start to look at what are the business models online, don't just look at how do I replicate my existing model online. Look at the possibility of business models based on the fact that you're working in a medium that makes those things possible.
Is the BBC flexible on this issue?
I described my 28 years of commercial experience before going to the non-commercial BBC. We do have.
So I'll take that as a yes.
We do have a worldwide. We have a worldwide subsidiary. The BBC's non-commercial because it helps with independence, being free from political and commercial influence. Worldwide, the people that are responsible for distributing Strictly, Doctor Who, Sherlock, Top Gear, by the way, all things that are considered non-stodgy. I knew I'd push back on that.
Fair enough.
Those things are done on a commercial basis. Those things are done on a commercial basis, and
it's your reputation that's stodgy, not your program.
Well, I like impartial, trusted, and respected rather than stodgy. Right. I'll take that.
We should move it to JP. What are you learning?
See, I am a New Yorker.
But I like your programming's great. That's why you have a worldwide service. JP, what are we learning about paying?
So on the business model of TV, a couple of thoughts I wanted to share. Number one, in a very simplistic way, you have agencies, you have advertisers, and you have TV networks, right? The beauty of TV in most parts of the world is that you have a rating agency that basically measures the audience. And then advertisers buy that audience and pay the price based on that audience. The digital world started, to price based on click or actions and a little bit on CPM. When you look at the evolution of TV and video in the world, all the digital platforms are actually moving towards a business model that is the TV business model. So YouTube and Facebook are now pricing their video inventory on CPM, and there is a big push to have a rating that covers all the platforms, from TV to tablet to desktop to a smartphone. There's a couple of standards in the US, there's other standards around the world. But as we evolve, we are going to see ratings that covers all the platforms, and actually believe that the business model of TV, of paying for an audience based on the rating, is actually going to be the model for all video consumption across all platforms.
Which really means measurement, as we've heard throughout, has got to figure this out.
Absolutely.
I don't think Netflix is counting on that model.
Yeah, I would say that. I mean,
So
thus
let me just add one thing. Okay, I'm talking about 95% of the revenue of TV. Sorry, there is a few percentage of subscription-based, and that percentage, I grant you, will grow over time. I'm talking about the 90 to 95% of the TV dollars right now.
You know, just and to say we're right. One thing we found in the U.S. is the average American household spends $260 a month on communication services that didn't exist a generation ago. That's mobile phones with penetrations even higher in the UAE. That's cable or satellite. That's broadband. So I think undoubtedly it has to be largely advertising. Samer, I'm sorry, you were going to get into this models, pay models, and you're a premium service.
Sure. So we're a subscription service, very much like the Spotify's and Netflixes of this world. Sure, I think it's a small percentage now, but I'd be wary of it going ahead, just because it could get to the stage where it could affect that critical mass tipping point for the traditional model. So I think there is some real hedging that traditional TV models, that the traditional advertising model, has to do if it wants to protect itself against that. That's number one. Number two, I think globally, at least thus far, where services such as Spotify, Netflix, even us, although more modest than Netflix for the time being, where those services have been provided, consumers pay. So where there's a combination of convenience, of content, of ease of use, of ease of payments, consumers are willing to pay, and they're willing to pay in fairly large numbers. So this is something important to note, and there's going to be quite an important space for that. Netflix has obviously forged ahead in all sorts of ways and is moving across the value chain by producing its own content. And let's see how that goes. I even heard a rumor. Have any of you heard this? That Netflix is thinking of buying Spotify. Have any of you heard this? No.
You want to start it?
But yeah. So here in the region, as Nart said, we are a little bit behind.
Can I tweet that?
Especially, go for it. Especially in payments. The use of credit cards, etc., is a little bit. More nascent, let's say, than it is in other parts of the world. There are opportunities to collect payments in other non-credit card forms, such as operators, which we could talk about. But fundamentally, the Arab consumer is just like any other consumer.
So everyone's pretty bullish also on the money being there. There may be one other interesting model that's making Netflix very nervous, and that's Amazon Prime Video. And it's hard to say how much Amazon Prime Video costs. It's sort of free, considering that almost everybody buys Prime. I'd say 95 or buys it for second-day shipping, and all of a sudden you're getting a service comparable to Netflix for free. So somebody who's investing in a big business on the one hand and giving you a side benefit might be another model. I really am loving this. I could ask another 10 questions, but let's begin to get the audience into this. So if you have questions, ask at a microphone, and I always respect people who go to microphones, and I can't see if there are people, but I'll come to you in a moment. All right, let's start then with the microphone, if they can get one to you. Or you have one, or no, you don't have one. All right, and then we'll go to the online. And if it's directed at one particular person, let them know.
Can you hear me? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So 2 questions. One is for, I think, Jean-Philippe, right? Now, when you started to say that you were taking different ratings from the Nielsen-like and also from Twitter and so on, how do you feel when Nielsen have actually put in an article stating that for the last month they were giving wrong TV audience, and that is actually the fact it's affecting how really Nielsen was doing the rating. So that's one.
Why don't we start with the one?
So I don't work for Nielsen, just to be clear, and I'm not here to defend them.
For those who are not familiar, Nielsen, about a month and a half ago, in the United States, had to revise. It actually was Dave Poltrak at CBS who discovered the error, and they had to go back and revise their ratings, and it changed. which
Well,
networks
if,
were
if
number
they're
1
your
and 2.
BFF, then you defend them.
The TV networks are our best friend, not necessarily the rating agencies. I'm not from the Bronx, but I live in New York, so I can take it too.
Good.
It's a southern part of New York with a very heavy French accent. So yeah, I mean, you know, that's the risk of having one single rating company. You need one rating company for a market, because if you have multiple ratings, it becomes impossible to have a currency. But in this case, Nielsen, you know, messed up. There's no other way to say it. The reality is there's a very small mistake, but it's a mistake, and I will say Nielsen is losing a bit of reputation right now in the US as a result of that.
Okay. And the second question would be, the way I was like looking into the yesterday and today in terms of what we're talking about TV and the media and the way we consume content and buying content. The bottom line that I'm getting into is that apparently TV is not going to be a mass media, but more into an individual preference rather than mass. Would that really affect the TV advertising? And if it does, how would that be?
I think TV will become more individual, well, more democratized in a sense. So you will be able to choose a lot more of what you see and when you see it and how you see it, rather than the more traditional model of an editor or an editorial team or a programming team deciding what content you see and when. Now, that coupled with a high degree of analytics, which online and various other tools give you, can actually be a huge benefit to advertisers, because you can start to zoom in and get extremely targeted over, you know, what you're advertising to whom, because you can track their behaviors, you can see what they like, what they don't like, you can do all sorts of very interesting things. So I think from an advertiser's point of view, this should be quite an exciting time.
And just as computers really leveled the playing field and made anybody able to become a publisher, now over the top has made anybody able to become a television distributor.
So just to add one thing to your answer, I look at the world much more as using the word "and" versus using the word "or." So I don't think TV is going for mass or targeted or more like personalized experience. I think it's going to be "and." I think it's more about choices. But people are still going to want to share a TV experience around some genre of content. And I think, you know, if I wanted to bet some money, I would put some money on the content creators that can create those experiences that you have to watch live, because advertisers really need those large-scale experiences to launch a product, to reposition a brand. When you speak to CMOs, they are very concerned by a world where it's impossible to reach a large-scale audience at once. And that's why the price that they are willing to pay for sports events and award shows are skyrocketing, to some extent in a very irrational way, because those are the only events where you can reach a large-scale audience at once.
That "and" instead of "or" is a fascinating comment. We should get that up on Twitter. Maybe you can help me with that. So a question.
You're not on Twitter?
I know. Maybe you can help me get it up there, though. A question from the audience, not at the microphone. What about the receptiveness to commercial messages by type of user? We certainly know, probably by training, that older television viewers are accustomed to commercial messages. What about younger and different kinds of viewers?
Good question.
Probably far less.
I wish it were
receptive,
mine. It came from somebody named Anonymous.
I mean, I don't know what the percentage of, let's take YouTube if we want to talk about younger viewers here. I don't know what the percentage is of, how you can skip the ad after 5 seconds. Mm-hmm. Right, and the advertiser, I believe, only pays if the ad is watched for 30, I think, or some quite large proportion of the ad. So, I mean, that would be quite interesting.
So are you saying that your fear is younger viewers are not as receptive?
My suspicion is that. Or that they would be receptive to a different type. So there are YouTube channels, Arabic ones, the U-Turns, Telfaz, etc., or Kharabish, for instance, that do sponsored content or content that kind of mentions brands as part of the story. It's far more subtle form of advertising rather than the traditional.
Let me broaden the question a little bit, beyond even just advertising receptiveness. All these behaviors of watching on different screens, all these things that we hear so much about millennials and what they do, is that what they're doing because they're young and have time? And when they get older and pesky things like jobs, spouses, and children get in the way, will they simply revert to their parents' behavior, their receptivist to advertising, how they watch? Or are they really transformational in how they're approaching media? Ralph, I'm sure you have some thoughts.
we're definitely looking at this, because when we look at average time spent with us, it's about 20 hours per week in the UK. But if you were to de-average that into age segments, much higher the older you get, lower the younger. And therefore the question is there a cohort effect? Do they end up coming back? And our research people have been looking at this for a number of years.
Oh God, you'll never get an answer there.
And they do come back to an extent, but every 5 years, they're coming back at a lower level.
So something transformational is going on slowly.
Something and the thing I would say, and linear TV is a habit that has been formed over generations. And so I don't think that the notion that habit is just going to disappear like that, I don't think that's realistic, because as human beings, we don't change that quickly. But I do think we'll reach a tipping point. My daughter is 7 years old. She is not picking up a linear TV habit. So it's similar to the cord nevers. And so I do think that there's a transformation. I do think the notion of being lean forward versus lean back, I think it'll be an and in that respect. But I do think that there's a fundamental shift, and it'll take time for it to play out.
You'll add your own, but will 70-year-olds be tweeting and 70, 80-year-olds be tweeting?
I'm younger than that.
I thought you
look good.
Why are you picking at me on that? Now, I just want to answer the question around the advertising. So I think Google is like that. At Twitter, we give a quality score to every ad that appears on Twitter, which has a promoted tweet, very small. And what we see is that the quality of the ad, the quality of the content as an ad matters. So I think there's a difference between the millennials and the older generation, is that they're actually expecting much more from brands in terms of the quality of the advertisements than the older generation, which actually I think is going to be a fantastic opportunity for the creative agencies, for the brands and the marketers to really rethink how they produce commercials, because it's not that young people don't like advertising, it's because they have put a bar that is much higher, both in terms of quality and in terms of the authenticity of the message.
That's a very hopeful thought. I think we have time for one more live question. I see.
If I can just add,
yeah. Well, as they're bringing the microphone, Nart, why don't you add to that?
It's a creative business, and they'll find creative ways of making money. I'm not worried about that. Maybe if gaming is the thing of the future, you'll start seeing advertising and product placement in games more than actual television. Maybe not on Call of Duty or something like that, but maybe some of the other games where you can see probably some of that product placement in different ways, and not just in. But it's still going to be on screen, but it's going to be in a different way.
So nimbleness and flexibility.
Absolutely.
All right, we do have.
I'm Simon. I was actually anonymous that sent the question through. So I'm Simon from Optima. We link broadcast television to transactional solutions. A couple of observations for the question.
We really need to be pretty quick.
Okay, pretty quickly. Obviously, digital's aggressively gone after television ad revenues for the past few years, and television has held out quite well. Also, we've got a great show in the UK called Gogglebox, where you watch people watching television collectively as a family, and that's become a bit of an interesting phenomenon. And finally, my question, which I sent through to you guys, was we strongly believe that the type of device that people watch things on, the time of day, and who they watch it with greatly affects the receptiveness of the sit back, sit forward approach. And now, obviously, with dual screen, you can do both at once. I certainly still watch television with my daughter in a collective environment, in front of a big screen, and that has certain, obviously, effects compared to me watching with myself on my mobile device. And watching mobile versus tablet is different again. So I think I want to repose the question about environment and receptiveness of consumption by device, by time, by who you watch it with.
Okay, it sounds like JP and Ralph. So
yeah, I think there's this thing about who wants to be king, right? And so content king, customer king. I like alliteration. The third C that is in the land of kings is context. And so I think what you're describing is delivering the story in the appropriate context. So a combination of content, customer, and context.
So let me half answer your question with some research we've done at Twitter. Again, we were looking at the synergies between TV and Twitter. We took 70 people and we brought them into a room. And then we split them. 35 went into a separate room. They watched the same TV shows. One group of 35 people, we took their smartphone away. So they had to watch TV, basically the way I grew up watching TV, in a passive way. The other group of 35 people, we kept them, we let them use their smartphone, and they were Twitter users, so we expected that they would be looking at Twitter. And then we put sensors on their body to measure heartbeat, skin conductance, which is the sweat level, and other biorhythm. And what we found was fascinating. Two things. From observation, we could see that the people that did not have smartphones, that you would expect be more social to one another, were basically watching TV like that, not communicating to the people next to them, and in a very passive way, and their biorhythm were fairly low. The people that we kept their smartphone with them were actually more socially engaging, both through their devices, but within one another in the room, and their biorhythm were much higher. This is very important for TV networks because adrenaline drives memorization. So from an advertiser standpoint, if you can create content, from a network standpoint, if you can create content that is very enticing and more social, the user, the viewer, is going to be more active with the show. More active means more adrenaline means more memorization means more revenue for the advertiser and for the network because the ad recall, the recall of the commercial message is higher. So the second screen is actually creating an interesting attentiveness increase among the audience.
So none of this stuff is going away. We are well out of time. I sincerely as possible say we could have used another hour. This is a great conversation. I only scratched. You've been wonderful. Thank you very much. And thank you, the audience, for great questions.
Thank you, Dr. Jeff. And don't forget to hashtag BFF and ADMS 14.
شكرا لجيف وأيضا المتحدثين البارزين في هذه القمة. إذا شكرا لكم. الآن نقترب من تجربة فريدة، وأيضا طبعا دائما كانت القبيلة هي أساس للحديث والتواصل الاجتماعي، طبعا هذا في السابق، لكن الآن نقترب من شركة فريدة ومتميزة لأخوين، هي أيضا شركة قبيلة نيو ميديا، شركة إنتاج توزع أفلام وثائقية، وأيضا شاركت في برامج الواقع، وأيضا حصلت على جوائز عدة، هي بيتا بلانيت.
Now we would like to turn the stage over the two brothers, Mohammed and Bayman Al-Awadhi, the co-founders of Kabila New Media. But before that, we're going to watch a very short trailer about their show, Pita Planet Show, and then we will introduce them to the stage.
إذن سنفترض في هذا الفيلم من هذه التجربة الفريدة، ثم سندعو محمد وبيمان العوضي للمنصة. نتابع معكم هذا الفيلم.
tra i miei demoni e le tue magie ci si confondeva, ma tra di noi già si sapeva chi arrivava prima. E allora ancora a volte bevo per dimenticare, bevo per sentirmi felice. Felicità che spacca il cuore come quando piove, come quando sono accanto alla voce veduta per salvarmi invece non lo fa. Per salvarmi invece non lo fa. Venuta per salvarmi invece non lo fa. Venuta per salvarmi invece non lo fa. Venuta per salvarmi invece non lo fa.
رحبوا بمحمد وبيمن العوضي اللذان يقودان حملة أيضا فريدة على مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي وعلى انستغرام، وهي أول حملة سياحية على انستغرام. تفضل. ممكن سيلفي؟
ايه اكيد.
Okay, it's your stage.
Awesome. Payman, is my mic on? Can you guys hear me?
Test.
I
You
thought we
guys-
were going to get the big TV.
It's fine. Oh, there we go. There it is. Nice. Don't stand too far so we both be in the picture. Yeah.
This is weird. This is
There we go.
confusing. Me too. All right. What's going on? Where are we? Okay. Do I hit play and see what happens? Where?
Oh, it's right here.
Okay.
It's on
Go
my
back.
side.
All right. Sorry. It's not like we're in the technology business or anything. Thank you very much for having us. It's great to be here. We've been traveling a lot this past year, so it's good to be situated for a little while at least. My name is Mohammed Parham Al-Awadi, and this is my brother Payman Parham Al-Awadi, and we're the hosts and producers of a social travel series called Pita Planet, and that's what you saw a little while back. And we're an award-winning travel series, and we broadcast to about 50 million homes across the world, in particularly through Dubai One TV, which is a Dubai-based satellite channel. I saw somebody from Dubai One TV here.
There we go.
There you go. Awesome. So, Payman, you want to take it from here?
Sure. So if I can maybe get that. Thank you, sir. So we've been doing Pita Planet for 2 seasons now, and we've been to 24 countries just for filming Pita Planet in the last year and a half. We've been traveling quite a bit, and I kind of put all of it into statistics for you just to get an idea of what we did, but you'll see 6 continents, 27 because we had some countries that we flew in out of, and we'll talk about that a little bit in between, but how many plane rides we took. On the right side is some statistics that I like, and the one that particularly I like is piranhas avoided. So we were in Costa Rica last year, and we were whitewater rafting, and we jumped into the water and we swam. It was a beautiful day. There was a lot of fish around. Later, when we actually did some fishing, we caught one of the fish, and it turns out that they are in the family of the piranha, and we didn't know.
Piranhas.
Nobody told us that. So
I think my favorite is, well, it's not my favorite, but we visited 3 urban slums around the world. One is the biggest in Africa, which is called Kibera. One is in the Philippines, which is called Payatas, and the other one is the favelas of Rio de Janeiro. And when we were in Kenya, if you look right under it, it says near-death experiences 1. So we were filming in the slums, and we were really caught up in what we were doing. So were the crew, and we didn't notice that a few gangs were eyeing us. We had all this equipment, this expensive equipment, so they were following us and eyeing us. But luckily, we had an antidote to that, and that's why we didn't get, I don't know, kidnapped or killed or robbed or whatever that was. We hired our own thug. We hired our own gang member. His name was Bangkok, and he had 1 eye. I'm not kidding. And he was actually apparently one of the most feared guys in the slums. So nobody would touch us. They'd watch us and they'd say, man, I wish I could get those cameras. But they couldn't do anything.
I'll tell you, actually, my favorite statistic is the one in the middle that says change makers interviewed. And we'll talk a little bit about who are these people that we come in contact with. But the number there is very significant. 144 change makers around the world. And together with our social media following and the social media following of these 154 people, as well as the brands that are involved with us, we're responsible for almost 1 billion social media impressions in the last 2 years.
So if you're wondering how we packed all of this in such a short period of time, if you go back, there's like 2 statistics that basically explains all of it. One is world's best coffees. Do you see that? That's the infinite sign. So we were like running on coffee all the time. And the last one, which is hours spent sleeping, we just didn't sleep. We just took sleep out of the equation. We just filmed the whole way through.
So what is it that we do as Peter Planet? And we talk about social travel. And we've been talking about social travel as far back as 2009. And if you look at this hashtag, if you can go back, you'll see that we are the ones that used it to begin with, and we predominantly are the ones that use it today. And what is social travel? Social travel is about traveling around the world. It's about connecting with people over social media. And it's about seeing cities and seeing the world and being introduced to cultures through these connections that you make over social media, and obviously sharing all of this over social media. We feel like it's the future of travel.
Well, we like to compare it a lot to tourism. You know, how does social travel how is it different than tourism? Hence our tagline, don't be a tourist, be a social traveler. So social travel is about exploring the world. It's about participating in life, and it's about sharing your views on social networks. Now, how is that different from, I don't know, tourism? Well, what we found during our travels is, as an example, Rome. People would fly to Rome, travel to Rome, they'd stay at an international hotel, they'd eat at a Pizza Hut or whatnot. They may have like coffee at a Starbucks, and they'll visit the usual places, you know, the Colosseum and stuff like that. And then they'd head home. Now, what's the problem with that? There's no problem with that. I mean, that sounds like a nice vacation. But for us, we find travel should give meaning to your life. So for us, it's about going there. It's about meeting people. It's about learning, where do locals go to eat? Where do they have their coffee? Where do they have their food, their pizzas, or whatever that is? So it's all about participating.
This is probably our favorite slide. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm personally pretty offended by how Arabs and Arabs dressed like this are portrayed a lot of times on the news and on programming. I mean, every time there's this very expensive painting that needs to be shipped out of somewhere, you find somebody in the background that's wearing Qatragal and Kendora. Every time you see, you know, somebody that wants to buy a car, like an expensive car, somebody's in Kendora and Qatragal. What I'm more offended, and that's just TV, and then you've got the news, obviously. I'm actually more offended by the fact that those people are actually not Arabs. And you can tell by the way they're wearing their Kendora and Qatragal. We travel this way, and we travel the world, and we'll talk at length about it, but the reason why we do this is because we are going to start telling our own narrative, us as Arabs.
So one of my favorite stories is when we traveled to Austin, Texas in season 1. And just a couple of weeks before we were going to travel there to film, the Boston Marathon happened. And you know, there were a lot of questions immediately on the social networks on, you know, who was it? Who did it? You know, and a lot of eyes were pointed towards the Middle East. So we immediately thought maybe we should not shoot in the US. Maybe we should not go to Austin, just pick another destination and go there. And we had a talk with the crew, and we decided, you know what? This is exactly why we should go to the US, because whoever did whatever they did, they don't represent us. They are not us. We condemn that. So we need to go there and tell them this other narrative about us that we keep talking about on Peter Planet. And we went to Austin, and we went to a little farm outside of Austin where this awesome guy, he was originally from Venezuela, was making this great cheese non-pasteurized cheese that his father taught him how to make. It was the most delicious cheese. And he made it there because there are these, it's a cow farm, and he sourced the milk from there and he made the cheese there. And I remember we were standing outside and we were all talking. It was a gorgeous day, cows everywhere, and this pickup truck started to slowly cruise close to us. And then it stopped. And then we looked inside, and there was a guy in there wearing a baseball cap, and he had, a pretty big beard, not as big as mine. And, and he was just like staring at us. He was wearing jeans, he looked like scruffy, and he looked out, he put down his window, and he looked out, and he's like, howdy. And we said, hey. And we're dressed like this, by the way. We dress like this everywhere, by the way. And we like, hi. And he's like, what you all doing? And I said, we're actually from Dubai. We're here to film an episode of PETA Planet. It's a social travel series and everything I just told you. And he's like, Dubai? We're like, yes. He's like, well, I thought I'd just drive by and show you what a real hillbilly looks like. You all have a nice day. And he just left. And that was as bad as it ever got across 24 countries that we visited. It never got bad. And as you will see throughout this presentation is, the greatest truth is that we as people, it doesn't matter where you come from in the world, we are more similar than we are different.
So I just want to be a little bit conscious of the time as well. Oh, there we go. Sorry, I want to be a little bit conscious of the time to not have a repeat of a couple of months ago we were invited by the Clintons as the first Emiratis to host a session at the Clinton Global Initiative, and we actually almost got yanked off stage because we went over time, and U.S. President Barack Obama was about to come on stage. So
yeah, we only kept the president waiting.
They kept writing, it's time to leave, it's time to leave, get off. So I just want to be conscious of that. I'm going to go to the next slide. How do we do this? So how do we tell all these stories? I mean, what is PETA Planet? It's three things which I want to share with you. One, it's films. And what we do is we are a reality travel show that is produced by a company called Qabila, which myself and my brother own. And we are also the hosts of the show. So we're actually behind camera and on camera. And we go around and we travel, but we also take people with us on this travel, on our journey. So they're actually living the travel with us. And through these travels, obviously, we share a little part of our culture, and we learn a little bit about other cultures. And we're constantly connecting people all across 6 continents. And throughout this time, what we do is we are constantly engaging with not just the people that we meet, but also everybody that follows us across all of our social media channels. They are constantly involved and engaged with us. And we'll talk about how that happens, but we are a show that's got 2 timelines, and it's a production timeline, which goes throughout the year, and a social media timeline, which goes throughout the year 24/7.
So PETA Planet, basically the idea was, 2 Emirati brothers traveling around the world, and we meet all these change makers, these thought leaders, and we tell their stories through 25 to 27-minute episodes. And in an episode, you will find, topics related to food, to people, to adventures. There's a little bit for everybody. And 2013 and 2014, all our episodes are about that. And you can actually watch them on Dubai One TV's website or on Dubai One TV. Now, what's happened is going forward, this is a great platform to also share some of our future plans. Is what we're looking at doing is, because PETA Planet is getting so big, we're actually splitting the show into 3 different shows. One that addresses people, all these amazing thought leaders and change makers that we're meeting around the world. A second called PETA Planet Adventure. So it has to do with like going to, those pictures that you get on social media of the most beautiful landscapes, like so far away, whether in mountains or forests or jungles, and these people doing these amazing treks. So it's a show dedicated to that, to exploration, to adventure. And then the third one is food. Everybody loves food, so we have to create a separate series for that. So it's PETA planet food. And certainly, you know, as far as we're concerned, we've eaten at some of the best places in the world. So it just made total sense.
So this is what I was actually referring to a little bit earlier in terms of how our production runs. And our show basically lasts the entire year. And if you look at it, the larger circle over there is the entire timeline for us. And our show is different.
Is that text clear? Is it easier if we walk over here and talk about it?
Oh yeah, it is a little bit.
Maybe you want to point.
Yeah, I'll, oh, is there a pointer here?
I can point for you.
Okay, good. Finally, big brother is doing something for little brother. So the way we do this is our content is 100% crowdsourced. Hi Nora, how you doing? Our content, oh, should I have not said that? Sorry. Our content is 100% crowdsourced. In a sense, you know, where we travel to is voted by you. You can vote for where we're going to go on season 3. The people that we meet is through conversations that we have with you across social media. So you tell us, who are these change makers in the cities that you live in? The places that we eat at is chosen by you. And everything else throughout our show. So it's the first show, and I don't think there's another show like this in the world today where 100%, we don't have writers. And I remember when we came to 2454 in 2010, early 2010, and we said, we have this idea for a TV show where there's no content written. They're like, we love the idea, let's work on it. And it took us 2 years, we got some money, and we shot it. But basically, throughout the entire timeline of production, so from when we do all our pre-production and we're actually putting together the season, all the way into production when we're filming, and we do 12 countries in about 80 days every year, all the way up to post-production, which a lot of it is done at Intaj as well, our partners, all the way to broadcast. And we've been broadcasting on TV, a lot of our content on Dubai One. We also do a lot of content online with partners like U-Turn. Mr. Kaswara sitting over there, and of course some other online partners as well, all the way up to when we are actually just, you know, planning next season. Never stops. This is the production timeline, and we mirror that with a social media timeline. So we are actually engaging you, audience. They play a role in creating this show with us.
So I mean, the reason why we do this, it can get complicated. It takes a lot longer, but I think, you know, the end result is what's important. And the end result is we find that, you know, that content that we crowdsource from our community, it creates a sense of ownership with our online followership. And secondly, it assures us, and we ensure that we create relevant content, because we're actually asking our future viewers what it is that you want us to create. We're involving them in that decision-making process. And honestly, the way it's possible is, you know, we don't use fancy technology or anything like that. We just get online and we just have conversations with our followers. So that's why we do what we do.
Yeah, and I think I want to add, you know, you can definitely see we're an entity that actually does a lot of strategic planning. So our back end in terms of who we're talking to on social media and why we achieve such large numbers is because our planning is very intricate. Everybody that's followed us or that is following us and that we follow, we worked on every single person one at a time. Every single one of them, and every single one of them is somebody that we feel can benefit, and we can benefit from them from being involved in the show. So this is really like a quality of viewership or of followership that we actually have, and also our content is measurable. I mean, we've done 2 seasons of a show, our first show ever. You know, we got it sold while we were shooting the pilot with 2454. We got a call from Dubai One saying, I want the first season. We shot a second season. We've got a number of brands involved with us, like Google, like Intercontinental Hotels, obviously 2454, Dubai One, Canon, I mean, several brands. So you can actually see that there is value to being involved with us. And I think a lot of our partners like to be involved with us because the brand is a fabric within the show. They're part of the show. They're aligned with the show. I also want to talk about, what this has done. So the last 2 years of traveling the world and looking at the roads less traveled and looking at the ultra local in 24 different cities has resulted in, a value for us locally here as well. So we've been asked to run a campaign for the Dubai Tourism Department, and today it is the largest tourism campaign
on
of this
Instagram.
manner on Instagram. Of any campaign, and we've certainly been around the world and seen what everybody's doing, but just very quickly, it's about having 12 people from Dubai who have created one-day itineraries of things to do, places to eat, adventures, things that are cultural, and then flying in 12 of the top Instagrammers in the world to come and experience those, and we filmed them as 12 separate episodes, and it's called My Dubai Trip. But
and you can actually watch those series at the beginning of 2015 on the birthday of #MyDubai. So I think this is what makes it valuable, and the reason why the Department of Tourism came to us, Dubai, is everybody always talks about the glitz and glam of Dubai, and they talk about all these amazing architectural feats and things like that. But I don't think there's enough voice that goes to the heart and soul of the city. Now we, as people who come from there, we're Deira boys. Born and raised there. We know like all the best little restaurants and all the little places and alleys that you should go to. And if you ever need advice, please ask us, and we'll charge you a lot of money before telling you. So the reason why they came to us is they wanted to show that side of Dubai, and that is what social travel is about. It's about exploring your city. It's about seeing a city through the eyes of the locals. And I tell you, these 12 Instagrammers, 12 of the world's biggest Instagrammers with 500,000 to 1 million followers, they left feeling like they were a part of Dubai, and that's powerful. It's not about just bringing people to a city or to a country and taking them to a restaurant and saying, thank you very much for coming, and go back. They connected with the people, and through the people, they connected with Dubai. So we've gone through a lot. Believe it or not, we started as a shawarma restaurant. And true story, but that's a whole new presentation. And then from there, we went into filmmaking. And today, we're working with the tourism boards and governments, like Dubai, like the UK. So we're the GCC ambassadors to the UK currently, and we just came back from a GCC roadshow. And we found out, if you can go back, we found out that what we're really good at is we're good at building organic social communities. And it could be around brands, it could be around campaigns or events. And it's really not just about managing a social media account. We do more than that. We create films so people watch the films. And then we use those films to get people talking and thinking online. And that's how you build a community. That's how you build an ecosystem.
So, I'll let you do this one.
This is my favorite slide.
Yeah, I know.
So, we certainly we have amazing partners today. As Payman said, 2454 Abu Dhabi, Dubai One, U-Turn Entertainment. We have a list of brands today that support us, from Google to Intercontinental Hotel to Canon to Uber, and on and on and on. And today we're starting to grow internationally, because at the end of the day, we have content that goes online and that people can watch. But we've always had international aspirations. And then going back to, why do we do this? Why did we start this journey? Why did we stop selling shawarmas and start doing film? Because we were tired of non-Middle Easterners telling our narrative. We wanted an opportunity to tell our own narrative. And when we travel around the world and we meet all these thought leaders, all these amazing people who are doing amazing things for their communities in their part of the world, and they get to sit down with two Arabs, wearing kandura in Santiago, Chile, and we tell them, ask us any question you want, then it just starts to flow. They're like, why do you dress that way? Why don't you wear pants? And they start asking us all these different questions. What about this? What about that? How, is this true? And is that? And we just answer like, yes, no, we're not sure. And then all of a sudden, it becomes about 1, 2, 3 people. 3 people just having a conversation instead of 2 Arabs and another person having a conversation. All of a sudden, they forget that we're wearing a kendora. We're just another person. And I think that is the power of film. And that, for me, is where I get inspired. I love the fact that there's more and more content coming out of the Middle East. I love the fact that there's more and more organizations like 2454 Abu Dhabi that are supporting that, because we need to start telling our own narrative. Because that narrative that you see on the news is just a small fraction of our society. It's insignificant, but yet it gets the most amount of voice.
And just to put, just on a final note, to put that in perspective, I mean, yesterday we were talking about, with the UK tourism, the number of GCC tourists that go to London every year. And it is 600,000 GCC nationals, and they spend anywhere between 2 to 3 weeks over there. And just to let you know, if every single one of those people actually dressed like this and spoke to 5 people on one given day, the impact that would have would be higher than the news that was played in the UK in that day. And I'm not saying, I'm just saying that is the sort of impact that we have. I mean, we've traveled to 24 countries just like this, which probably outside of our great leaders and our great ambassadors, we're probably the most people that have traveled. And when we meet a change maker, that person has hundreds of thousands of followers.
Millions and millions.
And into millions, but you are making a change. They're gonna go back and say, we just met 2 guys. They're dressed like that, but they're just like us.
So we're a big fan of taking your dreams out of your head and putting it out there so you can see it, so you can visualize it, and you can let people visualize it. And part of the reason why we have all those brands at the bottom is we want to be that show that's going to be on CNN. We want to be that show that's going to be on the Travel Channel or Al Jazeera Plus or Nat Geo People or Lonely Planet or any of those channels. Why are there not any travel shows about 2 Middle Easterners traveling around the world, 2 Arabs? Why are there not, where's that top, Arabic chef show that travels around the world? Where's that Arabic adventurer that's climbing all these different mountains and a show about them? Where are those shows?
For a global audience, of course.
For a global audience, but also for us. Can we not create? Are we not as good as others around the world at creating? Are we not creative? I don't think so. So, positive vibes, everybody. I want everybody in this audience to think of how we can get on those channels. And if you have a connection, if you can help, if you can put us there. I mean, we've actually, to be honest, spoken to a couple of the companies on there through the help of some of our close friends who are in the audience today.
We gotta go. Sorry, we're quite over time.
Is the president waiting again?
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Sorry for going
شكرا لمحمد وديما.
Thank you. And guess what?
وانا ادعوكم للاستضافه في سكاي نيوز عربيه، مع انكم ما حطيتوهم لكن بامكاننا نوفر هذه الفرصه لكم نتشرف فيكم.
Thank you, Mohammed and Payman. But guess what? After your presentation, I'm thinking of traveling with my shela and abaya.
Awesome.
I will have a lot of questions. Thank you.
طبعا الآن سنتوقف إلى بريك لارتشاف القهوة، محتاجين ل10 دقائق تقريبا.
A very short break.
أتمنى منكم أنكم ترجعون للقاعة. المزيد من التشويق والجلسات المهمة نتشرف بحضوركم بعد 10 دقائق بالتحديد.
So a very short, quick coffee break and we'll be back. Thank you.
شكرا لكم.
for everyone. I'm David from Shaker, and today I'm here at the Abu Dhabi Media Summit to discuss the democratization of video, which is increasing the accessibility of video, both in terms of distribution, consumption, and creation. So the democratization of video is happening right now. We're seeing tremendous changes happening in terms of the amount of content that's being created, the amount of content that is being consumed, and the types of people that are able to consume and create content as well. But before I go into the details or my thoughts on the democratization of video, first I want to give a little bit of context by describing what I do. This informs my views on the topic of the democratization of video. I helped create Shaker.com, where anyone can produce great video. The best designers of video ads around the world have contributed their video templates into our site, and normal folks can come by and choose those templates and personalize them to make their own video. The templates on our site are designed by the same guys that make video ads for Nike, Samsung, CBS Sports, and other incredible brands. So these templates that customers will choose at our site are the very same quality that you'll be able to use to run TV advertisements, Facebook video ads, and YouTube advertisements. Speaking of Facebook, Facebook has very recently become a powerhouse in the world of video. Recently, Beyonce uploaded a video to Facebook and the same video to YouTube. The video that she uploaded to Facebook garnered 2.5 million viewers within the first 4 hours. Meanwhile, the video uploaded to YouTube garnered tens of thousands of viewers in the first 4 hours. Eventually, it evened out, but in terms of the velocity of sharing and immediacy, Facebook was able to make a really big difference for them. Now, Facebook recently launched a video ad product, so anybody is now able to make an incredible video ad and run it as a Facebook video ad campaign for an affordable price. You don't need multi-million-dollar ad budgets. You can pay per view. It's something that works for both big and small businesses. Now, this is timely because video is becoming essential in the marketer's toolkit. And small businesses are now realizing that it's something that they need to get involved in as well. In 2019, over half of all display ad revenue for desktop will be driven through video. Now, if we take a step back to look at the broad landscape of digital video advertising, we see that the brands are over on the right side. They're running their campaigns through bidders that place the ads on exchanges, which in turn place the ads with the content publishers. Something interesting is happening in the value chain for video advertising. Consolidation. Recently, Facebook acquired LiveRail, and that brought them closer to the brands. It gave them more control over what's happening inside of the value chain for video advertising. The same thing happened in the past when Google acquired DoubleClick, bringing the power of YouTube and the exchange DoubleClick together, allowing Google to play more of a role in the value chain. But more interesting is what happened just last week. Yahoo acquired Brightroll, and Brightroll is not just an exchange, but they're also a bidder. So Yahoo is now very much brand-facing. They're able to interact with the brand and fulfill more of the requirements of the brand across the entire value chain. And that's happened again in the past with AOL. I think it was just past this last year when AOL acquired Adaptive. So with this value chain consolidation that's happening right now, what I foresee coming very soon is a more integrated experience for advertisers that are advertising through AOL, Yahoo, Facebook, Google. And that's something that's happening today. And for anybody that wants to get that consolidation up on Twitter, I've got a quick overview slide right here. Now, the tools for video creation are starting to get easier as well. In terms of capture, every single person in the audience here at the Abu Dhabi Media Summit has a very powerful camera in their pocket. But GoPro as well. The tools for capture are becoming ubiquitous. Once you've got the footage, what do you do with it? The tools for editing are also getting substantially easier. With iMovie, they've got a handful of very good templates that are inside of this simplified editing application. And it's something that just about anybody will be able to use to put together a fairly good video using their footage. The problem is there's a limited selection of templates. There are some web-based players that are doing something similar. Shaker, a small part of what we do is also video editing, but there are a lot of video editing applications out there on the internet and in the app stores. The bottom line is it's now very easy for people to be able to edit together some quality footage. So the democratization of video is really upon us, but there is just something missing. Despite that, these tools, they're ubiquitous. These tools for capture as well as for editing. They're affordable and accessible today. Now, is this working for everybody, though? Are these tools adequate and sufficient for everybody? Small businesses, I think, are one example of a category that this isn't working for just yet. Small businesses that go to Google and try to set up a video ad campaign, we've learned that 98% of them end up dropping out because they don't have that video creative ready, the video file. So sure, they're able to spend $2,000 on running an annual video ad campaign, or maybe even a month, but that doesn't mean thousands, and they were able to get that, giving them high production value video using smartphone video clips. Different template, same content, same advertiser. Different look, different feel. It hits a little bit harder. Video ads now work for everybody. This is the last mile of the democratization of video. The tools for creating are now available to everybody. It's not just a matter of giving them smartphones in the pockets of everybody. It's not just a matter of making the editing tools available to everybody. It's also a matter of taking the professionals and making their work accessible to the small businesses. And now that this trifecta has been accomplished, the democratization of video is upon us. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here at the Abu Dhabi Media Summit.
Okay, good. Thank you, Lee, for this great presentation. Thank you. I would like now to introduce our next distributor. Justin Cook is inventor and founder and CEO of TunePix, the social network, launched this last May. And this application allows users to feature a song with a picture, and they can share it in network. Please welcome Justin to the stage.
Thanks for having me. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. So I don't know if you guys have seen the app at all, but I'm going to take you through. I don't have a clicker, actually. Could I have a clicker, please? Yes. Lee, come on. Thank you. So I'll just tell you a little bit about my background. I'm sure everyone has had a crazy idea at some point in their life that they've either done or not done. My background was actually kind of working in fashion. So I left school at 18 and I went to work in Tom Ford's office at the Gucci Group. And then I went to work for Stella McCartney, and then I was part of the team that digitalized Burberry. So I arrived with, you guys know Burberry here is probably a very glamorous brand, but when I arrived, it was in a little bit of a mess. And we created some amazing kind of digital, we were one of the first, ahead of the curve brands in digital. So we created these unbelievable live experiences. We were the first company to live stream a show, reaching, millions of people. We took on, things like streaming in 3D before any of the film companies had done it. So we're always looking for kind of the coolest next thing. And actually, I had a pretty successful career, so you could say that is the insanity is walking away from that. I worked with people like Apple and Facebook and Google, and we really, created some of the most, advanced technologies of our time. But I had this idea, and so I couldn't really avoid it. I kept thinking, well, if I don't do this, someone else will do it. So I went and did it. And I was basically walking down the road, and I took a picture of some autumn leaves, this in fact picture, and I go into my library, and I play this song over the top. And I was like, wow, this is really powerful, when you're looking at the picture and there's music, you get like all of your senses. So I kind of started looking into it, and really when you look at all, when you look at all the technology that's available, it's always very one-dimensional. And the way that we're going, and I know you heard from Nicola at Facebook this morning with Oculus Rift, you're going to be walking into rooms and saying, play me those 10 songs that I love listening to when I'm working out, or the song that makes my best friend happy. So I think there's something really powerful for me in the companies I've worked for. We've always used emotion as a connection point because it totally transforms the way that you think. All of a sudden you're doing things, based on irrational behaviors because you're emotionally engaged, and that's really powerful for me. So we look at all of these things. Think about when you touch something, when you're interacting with it. If I gave you a picture now of you with your mother, for example, you'd probably be able to smell her. And I think it's a really powerful thing when you ignite all of the senses. So I start looking into the music, and everything. When you think about it, you've got iTunes, you've got Spotify. It's always like lists and lists and lists. And one of the people that I advise is will.i.am, the singer, and we work with him on a couple of projects. And when I was talking about this idea, I showed it to him, and I said, it's really strange, all these things that you create. You're artists, you're poets. You're creating moments, you're sharing your emotion, and it ends up living in this sort of catalog like the Yellow Pages, and it doesn't seem to do it justice. And when I looked a little bit deeper in, across Instagram and Facebook and Twitter, all of the highest indexing subject across all social networks is music. And the gap is significant down, the next thing is television and then sport, if you take something like Twitter. But they're the most influential people. So Will would, for example, tweet his new song, and he'd say, hey, here's my new track, to 18 million of his followers, and maybe only 100 people would interact with it. And when you look at people's behavior on a mobile, you see that you've got, last year, Facebook recorded on Christmas Day alone 1 billion photographs being uploaded to their platform. I'm sure it will be double this year. But if you look in a given day, you've got something like 150 million songs being downloaded and maybe 500 if you add streaming. And then you've got 1 billion people uploading photographs. So we took the two most prolific habits on a mobile and we overlaid them together, which we thought was quite a powerful thing. As I said, emotion has been a huge driver of everything in my career. This is actually my mother, who used to work with Sheikh Nahyan here. She worked on some of the early polo and Formula One stuff back in the days. Unfortunately, she passed away. Abu Dhabi was one of her favorite places, so I'm glad to be back here. This was one of my first tune picks, and this is a song that kind of really reminded me of her. So I think that music has the power to transform the way that people feel. So when I hear that song, it has a very special memory for me. And I think that's it's a really important thing, that everybody has a song for a certain moment or something that they associate with something, which is really powerful. And my team spent a lot of time looking at the impact of this. So you look at color and you look at the impact and these feelings on your brain. So it actually releases chemicals in you when you hear these things, when you feel these things. And that's something that we really, again, when you think about technologies that are coming in 10 years' time and the opportunity, you'll get in your car and your Tesla will read your mood and it will play you a song that makes you happy or whatever it is. It's a really powerful opportunity. And if you take someone like Adele, she's got an incredible voice, and she's, scientists have actually analyzed the gaps and the tension that she creates in the listener. And in between those moments, what happens to you? And there's an actual technical term for that, kind of tension that she creates and then releases it. And sometimes during her own performances, she cries to her own song because she's so emotionally engaged. And that is something that, nothing else can create. So this is kind of like a mantra that I live my life by. When I was the post runner at Gucci when I was 18. I used to bring the newspaper and bring Tom Ford his coffee and his apple. And he'd be like, hey, how are you? Good morning. He was like very regal. But I used to learn from everybody as I was going around. I used to take little pieces of information and share them and connect the dots. So it's something that I always try and do. And I created this brand because now I thought it was time to do my own company. So I'll show you what we've been doing. Can I get sound?
Join the dots, bring me to life. I wanna show you how I see things. I wanna show you everything with you. Don't mind if I'm laughing, crying or fighting with you. I'm happy, loving, dreaming and dancing.
So, thank you. So it's actually the fastest growing social network in the world right now, which is pretty exciting. It's only 4 months old. We thought we'd have maybe 10 or 20,000 downloads in our first year, so we were kind of prepared, sitting at our desks, in our little office in London, and we had like 200,000 people download it in the first week, and we're like, oh my God, what do we do now? This is crazy. All of these unbelievable musicians have been using it, so like Adele and will.i.am and James Blunt. So it's really created like this really powerful community around the app, which is something that we're really proud of. And you probably picked up on there, but we've patented something called the emotion wheel. So when you like something, I think that's very one-dimensional. And again, we're always trying to create this multi-dimensional platform. You can leave an emotion, so you can say, this tune pick makes me happy, it makes me sad. So in the case of, when Nelson Mandela passed away, for example, recently, people were leaving all these emotions like moved and, and happy and inspired. And I think it's a real tribute to real moments that happen in social media where you can't fully express what you see or what you feel. But what becomes more fascinating is that in any given moment, I can say, okay, currently Abu Dhabi is feeling happy and they're listening to this genre of music at this particular time. So I think there will be a future value within the company, which is kind of extraordinary, which is the world will curate. If you think of Wikipedia, the world will curate all of the music catalog in iTunes. So hundreds of millions of songs by emotion. So I can tell you right now that Pharrell's song is the song that makes people the happiest, and this song by the Beatles is a song that makes everyone feel like they want to dance. It's really, really exciting for us to have that data point. But on top of that, you'll be able to go, specific by region, by country, by city, and we may be able to predict certain behavior patterns based on what's happening in that country. So you think around elections, how people are feeling and the impact of those things. We saw a lot in Hong Kong when they had the, all of the riots recently, and you could see the behavior of the pattern. It's kind of fascinating. So this is one of my favorite quotes by Roald Dahl. Watch with glittering eyes the whole world around you, because the greatest secrets are always hidden in the most unlikely places, and those who don't believe in magic will never find it. So we believe in magic, we believe in following your dreams at TunePix, and we think that we can build one of the greatest brands in the world. You look at Apple, you look at those companies, sometimes their product isn't the best thing in the world, but it's the experience and all of the magic that they build around that company. And we're actually, we're doing investment running at the moment, so the company will hopefully be valued in the region of 10 to 20 million. And actually someone from the region approached us as well, so you never know, Abu Dhabi might be part of our success. But we're talking to some of the big hedge funds at the moment, so hopefully you'll see more of us. And thank you for listening to us today.
Justin.
Any questions?
And I already get or download the application.
Yes.
And I will use it soon.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get this one?
Justin.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
إذا شكرا لجاستن على إتاحة الفرصة للتعرف على هذا البرنامج الجميل، وبالفعل قمت بتنزيله، وهو برنامج متاح مجانا على الأبل تون أو الموقع الخاص بأبل، وبإمكانكم استخدام البرنامج في أقرب وقت ممكن. إذا الآن نقترب من تجربة أخرى ربما فريدة تتعلق بحماية كل هذه الأفكار في عالم التكنولوجيا. فهناك الملايين تضيع جراء القرصنة، فالقرصنة جدا مهمة عندما يكون الحديث منصبا حول التكنولوجيا. فكثير من الشركات، الحكومات يالا، وأيضا المؤسسات المعنية بصناعة التكنولوجيا تصرف الملايين والملايين لحماية هذه الأفكار، هذه البرامج، هذه المنتجات المتعلقة والمرتبطة مع بعضها البعض بالتكنولوجيا. لذا كان الحديث عن القرصنة وحماية كل هذه الأمور المتعلقة بالإعلام من أبرز الجلسات، وستكون بإدارة أحد الزملاء في سكاي نيوز عربية. رحبي به.
صحيح. إذن من الفيديو والموسيقى إلى جهة أخرى. Okay, it's Arabic. It's not Arabic. اندمجت وياك فيصل. Okay. So please welcome Asadullah Sawai from Sky News Arabia.
أرحب بالزميل في سكاي نيوز عربية بأسد الله الصاوي. بإمكاني إدارة الجلسة بدل الأسد، وأعطيك نشرتين بعد. شكرا لأسد، وإتاحة الفرصة لدعوة المتحدثين.
Hello everyone, my name is Asadullah Sawi. I'm a Sky News Arabia presenter, and I'm your host today for this session. Welcome to the Abu Dhabi Media Summit. Welcome to Abu Dhabi. It's a very lovely city, although with very expensive parking tickets. And I would like to call upon our guests in this session. First of all, Greg Sweeting in alphabetical order. Please welcome Greg. Greg Sweeting is Chief Legal Officer at the Media Zone Authority and 2454. And please correct me if I'm wrong, Greg, you're responsible for the company and content regulatory frameworks for the authority.
Correct, yeah.
I'm also joined in this discussion by His Excellency Dr. Riyad Najm. Dr. Riyad is the president of the General Commission for Audiovisual Media in Saudi Arabia. Previously, he held several leading positions at the Ministry of Culture and Information, lastly as Deputy Minister for Information Affairs. And last but not least, I'm joined by Sam Barnett. Welcome on board. Sam is the CEO for NBC Group, and he comes from a management consulting background. And he says he's proud of the strong commercial organization that has become a pillar of NBC's growth, correct? Welcome aboard, gentlemen. As you can see, we have a decent mix of experience here, and our subject is piracy in all its forms. Piracy is costing both businesses and governments millions, probably billions in different forms. And clearly, when businesses suffer, governments are threatened when the countries are seen not as a safe haven for investment. How can the problem be tackled effectively is what we're going to discuss here. And I'm going to start with Dr. Riyad in the middle here. Dr. Riyad, can you tell us, first of all, can we explore the situation in different parts of the world? You were telling me about different experiences in different countries. I hope you can tell our audience.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. And I would like to thank Abu Dhabi Media Summit for inviting me to this prestigious event. Let's always we talk about piracy, and it is associated most of the time with negativity. I would like to start by saying some positive aspects of our region in the world. If we compare the piracy level in the MENA region or the Gulf region to other parts of the world, I can tell you that we are not the worst. We are better than others. Of course, there are others that are better than us, but we are in the middle, so to speak. Take an example of a big country like China. About 90% of the viewed content in the different media is pirated, whereas in Saudi Arabia, for example, it is only 35 to 40%. And it goes on in that respect. Another aspect that maybe we should look at is piracy accepted? Is it accepted as a social value? Well, unfortunately, in most parts of the world, if not all, it is accepted by individual.
But
most of us think
35% a good figure?
I cannot judge that. I think I let the others to judge it. But it's a reasonable figure. It's not the worst figure that we have.
Let's see the experience of the UAE.
It's certainly better than other countries, at least.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you. Let's just tap into the experience of the UAE. Greg, can you tell us more about the UAE?
Yeah, sure. I've been following and part of anti-piracy activity in the UAE over the last 12 years. And my role is quite an interesting one because whilst I now have regulatory responsibilities, previously, for the first sort of 6 years I was here, I acted and was responsible for legal affairs in the prime pay TV operator in the region. So my experience covers both sides of the equation, sort of poacher turned gamekeeper. And the experience here in the UAE has been, I think, probably one of the more positive ones in the region. I mean, I think the government federally and the government both in Dubai as well as Abu Dhabi at the Emirate level has shown a lot of progress and leadership over a long period of time in piracy in all of its formats. Because piracy, as we all know, goes from things like counterfeit goods through to gaming, software, as well as TV, entertainment, content, music. It covers anything which we consume which relates to intellectual property rights. And certainly I think whilst the UAE's provided leadership, it also to me has shown how you struggle in any government scenario to find the right ways of joining everybody up that needs to be involved. Because to be effective working against piracy, you have to be effective at the prosecution and the courts level. You have to be effective at the customs level. You have to be effective in business, and you have to be effective also then when you're looking at the legislation that you have to try.
I'm going to shed more light on this later, but do we have a figure to compare to Saudi's 35%?
I'm afraid I don't know. But what
do you think 35% is a good figure?
I think I would agree that it's impossible to tell, and I think that it's probably impossible to measure because, frankly, you don't know the full extent of piracy that's going on. I don't know how you would measure it.
Okay. How do you feel, Sam, about this figure?
Well, 35% is a big number. I think the piracy in the TV sector they're probably stealing about $100 million a year from us. We know that there are 997 channels distributing across the Middle East. 96 of them are pirates. So that's about 10% a number, but they're stealing a lot of content. Now, let me agree with His Excellency for a moment before I disagree. But piracy, no, it's a good story. People don't steal things unless they like them. And the fact that piracy is such a big issue in the Middle East is because we have a strong, dynamic TV sector. If we weren't making content, if we weren't acquiring content that was working, that people enjoyed, these guys wouldn't steal it. So it's a vote of confidence in the sector that so many people are trying to steal our content. But going on from there, I have to disagree because I think there is a significant form of piracy in this region which is different than others. Elsewhere, there is peer-to-peer stealing from the internet. So people will download from BitTorrent or they'll buy illegal DVDs. What we have in the Middle East are pirates taking DVDs or downloading them and then playing them free-to-air on satellite. They're uplinking channels and broadcasting that same content across 350 million people. So this is the aircraft carrier of the piracy world. And there are 96 channels doing this. You don't see this elsewhere. Skyfall was on theatrical release in the US and was available free-to-air on a pirate station in the Middle East. So this is big news, and we'll come on to later how we're dealing with it, but for sure there is a massive and significant impact.
Okay, before we move on, can you tell us about the difference between fighting piracy in the entertainment industry and fighting piracy or other types of piracy? Yeah, you. Please.
I haven't thought. This is the first time. I've just got involved in the piracy thing a couple of years ago when we saw. It was strange. NBC2 had been the second most popular channel in the region for a long time, and then we saw the ratings start to come down. I put pressure on the team, saying, what's happening? And then they said, well, these pirate channels coming up, and they're taking our ratings. And I thought, well, they always complain about external factors when things are going wrong, but I looked into it. And when we came back to the next business quarter, the next business review, the couple of channels which had been doing it had risen to 35 channels. And we saw NBC2's position in Egypt, for example, drop from the top 5 channels to out of the top 20. So you saw that the viewership was fragmenting dramatically. That was a big impact for us. Now, we've closed down, or the coalition that's formed now across the sector and across the region has closed down 47 of these guys. So there's 49 left, and we've seen the impact of that has been to increase the ratings on the various movie channels or the legitimate channels that are still there in the sector. So that's the impact on the entertainment. We're going through a kind of voyage of discovery as we find out about this. In terms of the non-entertainment, I don't. Maybe the others can talk to that.
Okay. Let's move on to another subject here. Greg, some do think that technology is playing more in the hands of pirates than in the hands of businesses and governments. Do you agree with this or not?
it's a balance. It's a game of cat and mouse, and it always has been, and it always will be, depending what type of piracy you're talking about and how that develops as the way we all consume media continues to develop. So Sam's concentration on the satellite market is a very, very narrow and focused issue. Piracy as a whole is a much broader issue and needs to have a much broader approach to it than just one area. You know, if we look at the statistics that we were absorbing yesterday about growth of media in this region and where that is going, the growth, the most significant growth, is all in a digital environment. So we have to be focused on that. And I think that if we want to understand pirates, you always have to understand that they are technology driven. And I think if you want to understand how to combat piracy, you've always got to use technology as your primary tool. And inevitably, the industry, the legitimate industry, will score great successes and things will get a little quieter. And the danger then is legitimate businesses take their eye off the ball, and then the technologies get redeveloped by pirates and they take the front foot again.
But
and
why
that will
is it? I fundamentally disagree with that. But
Okay, go ahead. I'll give you a minute for this.
You know, I mean, the lawyers will come and say this is a larger issue, and they will turn in terms of broader abstract reasons and talk about the kind of things you've just heard. But actually, it comes down to some reasonably simple. Most of the piracy, the ones which is really impacting, are done by a very few people. And if you get a coalition of the legitimate industry, they can solve a lot of the big problems. And I'm not talking about, again, the peer-to-peer, but in the sector I'm involved in, we have a coalition of 19 players across the sector, and it's not technology, it's simple operations. If we all find out and share the information about who the bad guys are, then the good guys will stop dealing with them. It's not particularly clever. It's reasonably simple, but you don't have to get into these kind of large abstract discussions.
Okay.
And when you do, things go nowhere because we sit here for the next year or 2 years talking about how potentially we would deal with it. And I think
we seem to have a third opinion here. Let's listen to Dr. Riyad.
Well, let me look at this also from another perspective. Now, we always blame the pirates and we always blame the regulators or the governments for not taking enough action. Now, the technical part is also one side that we should not neglect, because statistics also tell us that 2/3 of the pirated content on the internet, where is it residing? Guess where? North America and Western Europe. Okay, now somebody will say this is a data center that is being used and they don't care what is the content that is there. Well, I'm sorry, this is not a very valid argument, because if that was the merchandise or weapons or drugs, then we don't say the same, we don't give the same analogy. And we tell those gatekeepers or those storekeepers, no, wait a minute, your content cannot stay that if it is illegal. So piracy is actually, it's quite complicated. And the technical element is also, I would say that it is helping pirates more than it is helping to fight them, because always we will see those illegal boxes that can decrypt for example, encryption in satellite TV or all pay TV, and they are being smuggled and they are created, although they are illegal, but engineers who have created them. It's not somebody who doesn't know the industry, who's somebody who knows it, and he's trying to make some profit out of making these boxes.
We'll have to move on, I'm afraid, Dr. Riyad. I'm still with you. This region prides itself on being conservative, very religious. No one would feel comfortable stealing a pack of biscuits from a supermarket. However, they would feel very innocent just using pirated content for $60, $70 or anything. Why that? Is that double standards, or is there anything wrong in the understanding of this?
Well, I think for many of the consumers of media, let's talk about media, for example. They will not see a lot of wrongdoing if they steal this content, because they think, well, it is too expensive to begin with. And sometimes they say, oh, who is the owner of that content? It is somebody whom I don't like, so why should I pay him money? So there is, unfortunately, it is not treated as stealing property or stealing somebody from somebody else like he is stealing a physical thing. And maybe it has to do some part with education, maybe. But I think it is also to do with who owns that, that content, and I shouldn't make him more richer. I should just take it if I can. And if there are not enough laws to prosecute the infringer, then maybe he gets away with it. Unfortunately, well, this is for this part of the world, but this is the general feeling in most parts of the world. I mean, it's not only specific to our part. What is specific to our part is that we have values that we want to adhere in other disciplines and in other fields, but we don't take it seriously in this part, in this specific issue.
Let's see what Sam feels about this. Is this, from a business point of view, how you see it as well?
No, I think, if consumers are offered the opportunity to take something for free, then they'll take it for free. And if you rely upon some higher ethical code, then it's not that won't work particularly well. But I would say that the people being damaged in the region, particularly in this region, I think the biggest damage is going on in the Egyptian creative sector, where Arabic movies, which have been the real engine of growth for the Egyptian creative industry, are being kind of sucked dry, because each time they release on theatrical, the satellite channels are taking them immediately and making them free to air. So a lot of money which should be reinvested in the local sector is being taken away. So I think there's a local dimension to it rather than it being a local foreign aspect. So
it's the same west or east?
I think so. My take as well, I agree with His Excellency, this is a crime which is perceived to be the victims are wealthy companies and the people who benefit are the populations. So for governments, it's not clear why this would be a policy priority. I mean, it's not clear how many political points they'll win from tackling piracy than for any of the other things that they could do. So it takes a certain level of abstraction to see that if you don't sort this out, then again you suck the blood out of your creative industries, which ultimately can be a real engine for growth.
Good. Okay, Greg, how can this be best dealt with? Are governments doing enough?
I think globally governments aren't doing enough. I think within the region governments aren't doing enough, and we all have to work to try and bring more attention. But to bring attention to it, and I'm happy to hear what Sam was saying there, because I think he's verging away from just talking about it being a tactical issue to one about being a much broader issue, which is where my mind rests. So if for anybody to do more, for governments to do more, you have to understand why it happens. What is the motivation? And there's issues of motivation, which we talked about yesterday around the industry as a whole, and particularly how digital evolves, which is that people see that they have, and this seems to be very accepted now on a global stage, a human right to access to content, to education, including entertainment and information generally. So. And then there's a mindset that layers on top of that, which has got to be tackled, where people obviously believe that regulation is a bad thing. Well, actually, regulation can be a very, very good thing. Regulation should be there to encourage and create environments where businesses can flourish and consumers can be provided with the content and other services that they want to consume.
Are you saying we need more regulation?
I think you need the right regulation. You need positive regulation.
Yeah, and I think do we need more of it?
No, you need the right regulation. There's a danger with over-regulating, and there's a danger, and this happens all over the world, not just in this region, where people look at a problem and think the answer is to bring another piece of legislation.
Yeah, but talking of this region, do you think we have enough regulations or we need more?
I think we need different regulation. I think we need some changes to certain laws. And I think if you look at what's happened elsewhere in the world, because we're not isolated and we're all human beings and we all react in similar ways, you can see where trying to regulate further has not been successful. So the United States has tried with looking at legislation like the Stopping Online Piracy Act, and they had another one, which I think was around 2011, and another one which was to do with protecting intellectual property rights online. And these were about trying to make more extensive reach of criminality and remove from the normal sort of court and judicial process the ability to actually take action, and it would put into the hands of rights holders the ability to serve notices on ISPs, which would take down notices that had to be responded to, and regardless of what was really going on. So no balance and no
See,
protection.
from a business point of view, Sam, do we need a different set of regulations, more regulation?
No, I think the regulatory framework is there in most countries. Most countries have got the copyright laws. What's required is for people to actually use it. I mean, we are extremely frustrated that the Hollywood studios haven't launched one single case in any of the areas against the kind of piracy we're fighting right now, and we're having to resolve it locally. And I think they're wary of doing it because, one, we've already paid them the money, so why would they bother? But secondly, they fear getting embroiled in what they perceive would be difficult and lengthy, long local legal procedures. Now that's a shame, because if you can get rights owners to come and defend it, then that's positive for the industry. And my nervousness about asking for extra regulation, the dynamism certainly of the satellite TV sector was because it wasn't regulated. I mean, satellite TV, the whole sector emerged because it wasn't under any one of the ministries of information. It was on satellite.
This regulation be used politically, are you saying?
Well, my take is, before leaping into regulating media in a broad way to try and hit pirates, just be wary. It's not my place to say what you do or that you don't do, but I would just observe in other jurisdictions where you start to regulate media for one thing, then what happens elsewhere.
Okay. Dr. Riyad,
yes.
Sorry, I'll have to be mindful of time.
Okay.
Let me just...
we still have 16 minutes, so it's okay.
We have
for 15
a bit of
now.
other aspects to cover. Let me just ask you very bluntly. Some here would say, let me just please put this forward. Some here would say that governments are much better in enforcing censorship than they are in fighting piracy. Do you agree with this?
Of course I don't. Well, let's I mean, maybe you can ask me, why do you want to fight piracy? And as a regulator, I will tell you that it's two things, two objectives we want to fight piracy, at least in Saudi Arabia and in this part of the world. First is to protect the content owners, and because we have a law to protect the intellectual property rights. So this is one main objective, and that we have to enforce. The second issue is pirated content in media. In many cases, it's illegal, whether it has intellectual property rights or not. It is illegal in our part of the world. So we want to fight it because it is illegal to have it to begin with. So these are the two aspects of why we want to fight piracy. Now, having the laws is one thing, and then the other issue is to implement them and to enforce them. And maybe sometimes the enforcement, sometimes it is difficult or it is lenient, and that is probably where we should work more. Let me comment on the issue of the piracy over satellite and these satellite channels that are...
I only have 30 seconds for this.
Yeah, okay. No, just because the same thing is happening now on the internet. And it is not only happening in our part of the world, it is happening all over the world. Now, somebody will just take legally one set of content, and then he distributes it for free or on another site, which is illegal. Now, how to fight that? This is a world battle. It's not one single country battle.
That's a very long answer.
Yes.
Okay. Greg, isn't there some sort of corporate social responsibility for companies? They are gaining money, they are making money. However, there are people who can't afford to buy legal copies. How could this be balanced? Business needs against corporate social responsibility.
There is a responsibility, you're absolutely right. The truth is that you only have to look at what happened to the global music industry to see that if you don't provide people what they want and all people what they want, how they want to consume it, they're going to take it for themselves. And Opportunity, I think, is very much through technology again. My understanding is India is about to receive an $80 smartphone. There's one that could come out soon in Egypt at a $55 price point. So already you're bringing access to a much broader market than was available before, and they will access content, and if content providers aren't there to provide the content at the price points they want, they're going to find other ways of stealing. So it's got to be a question of how all businesses in this sector adjust their business models to ensure they can continue to receive the right revenue streams, possibly over much broader market sizes. And then there are challenges, I think, from that as well, because all of this technology is global, and how Sam licenses his contents in and protects his rights is all very much on a territorial basis. And so we've got to look at how these types of rights are managed on a global basis at the same time.
I got 2 more minutes left. I'll have to ask you to give me some quick answers, please, if you can. Sam, can the war be won at all against piracy? Is it in the interest of companies to completely eradicate piracy?
For sure, but let me answer your last question. If NBC, we reach an audience of 120 million people each day, and the content's completely free, so it looks like we are running one of the largest CSR programs in the Middle East.
10 more seconds.
And so I think the free-to-air model will grow in importance. And so I'm not worried about content spreading on different platforms. I'm just concerned about people stealing actual programs and films.
Your Excellency, Dr. Riyad, can the war be won?
Well, I hope, but I think physically or realistically it cannot be won 100%. And what we should do, other than introducing more regulation, is to make it more difficult for the pirates to operate and work. And this can be done by introducing some sort of regulations on the technical and licensing part. For example, for the pay TV. In many countries of the world, all the pay TV services, although they are provided by different providers, they use one single platform. And this is greatly cutting down on pirated boxes, for example. So there are some technical solutions that can cut down on piracy. Another example is by licensing different categories of distributions in a single market, whereby you can only be licensed to sell retail or wholesale.
It's a very short answer,
yes,
Dr. Riyad. Thank you very much. Greg, what are the alternatives if we can't win it completely?
We just have to carry on using new resources, new technology, and adapt. I think we have to, though, join up across the industry and work as a much broader, and see companies working as a much broader team than being isolated in their own particular areas. I think for a business like NBC to ignore digital is to ignore the future. And if the value of the content is already gone by the time it gets to, Sam's philanthropic free-to-air platform, then he's not going to get his advertising revenues. So, there is need to cooperate.
Our time is up for this discussion. Let me just open the floor for some questions. Anybody interested in asking the distinguished panelists we have? Yes, please.
Hi, Ben Flanagan. I'm a journalist. I had a question for Dr. Najim. The copyright breaches in the Middle East have been blamed for the stalling of free trade agreements between the region and the US. With that in mind, how much political will is there in Saudi Arabia to clamp down on issues like this? And what are the top brass and the top politicians saying about clamping down on this?
Well, I can tell you that we are doing what we can now to fight this piracy, and this is not only in the media side sector, but it's also in the, for example, computer software, in other disciplines and in other industries. So we are determined, definitely, that we want to fight piracy. Now, is it the ideal what we have now? I think we need to do some more. of course, you all know that sometimes in order to enforce more, not only you need the laws, but you also need the funds to enforce these laws. But we are determined, and we as I mentioned, not only resorting to legal solutions, but also technical solutions to make it difficult for pirates.
Any more questions? I have a question. Sam, do you think we're winning at the moment?
I think on the satellite TV we're winning. We've taken 47 down. There's 49 to go, and I think we'll win on that front. To just answer Greg's last point on the digital, I think the war on digital will be fought by having the most attractive platforms, kind of like it is on TV. But if you have the nicest place to go to, people will want to come and consume content on your site. And that's how we're fighting with Shahid.net. But I still think that there is a B2B fight about shutting down websites which steal your content. You'll never stop all of it. Right? You'll never stop shoplifting, but there's still a point in going and trying to raise the costs of shoplifting. It would be useful, and one of the most effective ways we found is working with Google to reduce the search ranking of the pirate sites. Because then when you type on Bab al-Hara, and you'll be directed to a legitimate site rather than being directed to a pirate site. And that's a reasonably simple thing. It's not high technology, but it drives at the heart of the people who are stealing that content. So I'm after simple fixes that can, it may be tactical, Greg, but it's a hugely effective one. So I'm confident about winning the war.
Are you as confident, Greg?
Yeah, I am confident, actually, and it's quite interesting hearing Ben's comment a moment ago, because it isn't true that this region isn't winning the war, even at the legal level. So but Bahrain has some of the most advanced intellectual property rights laws in the world. They're fantastic. They're simple to understand and they work. They're just not enforced very well all the time. The Kuwaitis have just signed up to international treaty obligations for the first time around intellectual property rights. So that's a huge move. Everybody is within that tent. So from that perspective, it's winning as well, and we just have to keep working on all these levels. And the one point that's we haven't really discussed here is about knowledge and education. And I think so many organisations, both business and government, have a responsibility to work over a long period of time at getting people to understand what intellectual property rights are about. That there is value to them, that jobs can be created around intellectual property rights and GDP created around those things, and that's actually part of people's future.
I have another question, but let me just make sure that nobody here is interested in asking questions at the moment. Oh, yes, the gentleman, please.
Yes, it's a question really for NBC, this one. In terms of your priority content, a lot of your content, of course, the most popular is by its nature quite live in terms of the featured shows on NBC One. So I'm guessing that a lot of the pirated content that you have to deal with is Hollywood content. Can't you just punish the studios directly and withhold payment to them until they sort it out?
That's a fantastic idea. Thank you for that one. I mean, there is an argument saying if we're not getting the first run, why should we pay for the first run? And as I say, we've paid for the content currently, but when the deals come up for renewal in the next couple of years, maybe I'll get back to you and we'll work out this argument. But actually, the piracy, the Western content isn't actually the most popular here. The most popular content in this part of the world is the local, high-quality Arabic content. Okay, it's the dramas, the comedies, the things that O3 is producing. That's what people want to get, and that's why it's really disappointing when they you suddenly see them on a site like Ekla, which its business model is stealing local Arabic content, and they get tens of millions of views. That's disappointing. But it's Arabic content rather than the Western, which is really the painful thing on digital.
Mm-hmm. Any more questions? Okay, I'm free now to ask. Dr. Riyad, should the aim be containing piracy or completely eradicating it? And are companies really serious about this goal?
Well, containing is the first stage, but eradication is the objective. But can you eradicate it 100%? I think we will all agree that we cannot do that, because there are other things in the world that are illegal totally, and they are still there because somebody has the guts and has the will to try to break the laws, and because the returns are high. So eradicating is an objective, but I think working more on eradication will just increase the level of adherence to IPR.
But does it serve the interest of certain companies to just have a certain level of piracy?
Well, I think you raise an interesting point, and maybe those companies who would want, maybe this does not apply to media, but it applies to maybe operating systems or things that I'm not trying to hint any companies here, but things that are used by the masses. Maybe it's in the interest of those companies to maintain the piracy because this is now a de facto system that is being worldwide, and this prohibits or prevents new or other competitors from going into the market. As long as it is used by the masses, by the majority of people, then why should somebody else try to develop something competitive?
Greg, do you agree with this?
Primarily, yes. I think that on the company point, though, I'd add one thing, which is that businesses who depend upon intellectual property rights for their value need to also look very hard at themselves in the region and recognize where they are and when they are not properly managing and licensing and paying for rights that they earn. And in big and complex businesses, there are issues like that, and there naturally will be in businesses. But part of this has got to start from within the different industries that rely upon IPR.
Sam, the final 30 seconds.
Yeah, I was just thinking one other very simple thing that we've done is we went to advertisers and said, look, please don't advertise on the pirates, because before they weren't clear who were the pirates. And we had some of the pirate stations attracting some of the biggest soft drink adverts in the Middle East. But when we went to them and said, look, please stop doing this, of course they have no interest in supporting organised crime, so they stopped it. So again, there are simple things you can do to take away the revenue streams. I agree, if we can get a wider solution, that would be great. Absolutely with Dr. Riyad, we'll never solve the issue completely, but there are a series of simple things which will enable us to win.
That's all about our time. We'll have to leave it there. Thank you very much. I'll have to thank my panelists again, Greg Sweeting and His Excellency Dr. Riyad Najm and Sam Barnett. And thank you all very, very much.
Thank you.
شكرا لأسد وللمتحدثين في هذه الجلسة والتي كانت حول القرصنة الرقمية.
And now to a new topic, new session, a series of presentation on media and the millennials. Let's find how they are changing the business of media and TV, digital publishing, gaming and investment.
طبعا في هذه الجلسة الأخيرة وفي اليوم الثاني من قمة أبو ظبي للإعلام سنقترب عبر سلسلة من العروض حول وسائل الإعلام والتطور الذي شهدت منذ الثمانينيات وأيضا حتى التسعينيات وإلى الفترة الأخيرة والقرن العشرين.
So please welcome Jeff Cole, who were with us earlier today. Welcome.
Thank you. It's nice to be back, and it's really nice that you're staying, and let's get started. Nothing more fun to talk about than millennials. In the work I do, we track all age groups, but we're especially interested in millennials because we want to know which things millennials do. They do because they're young and have time, and which behaviors they abandon when they get older. And we've been doing our work for 15 years, and we've already been able to answer the question. But we would answer it on simple things, like the fact that millennials don't wear watches. Well, we've been tracking them from the time they were 13 to the 28. They're still not wearing watches, and we don't think they ever will. I actually don't believe that a generation that has never worn watches will wear smartwatches, and I think smartwatches are probably going to fail. We're learning, on the other hand, on a more serious level, that teenage or millennial attitudes towards privacy, there is no privacy, get over it, I have nothing to hide, are simply young attitudes. And as those people turn 29, 30, 31, they care a great deal about privacy. We're finding the way they shop, and shopping online and comparing prices and negotiating is a permanent transformational feature. And probably the most transformational thing of all is empowerment. The power they feel they're gaining over doctors. There's almost nobody who has a sniffle or an itch before they go into a doctor who doesn't look up their disease online, figure out what it may be, go in and see their doctor and become a member of the treatment team. Sadly, they do this most often with a doctor who wishes they would just shut up and take their medicine. We see that this power they gain over journalists, over government officials, is a truly defining transformational change. So we're going to have 4 great presentations on millennials. But before we do that, we will have a poll question, which we'd like you to answer. And if we can get it up on the screen, you will be able to vote on your iPads. And while they're getting it up, you'll also, during the course of the 4 presentations, be able to submit questions. We're going to save the questions till the end. But here we go. If you'll vote on the following question, do you agree with the following statement? The MENA region provides adequate educational and skill development support for an Arab youth pursuing a career in digital media. And your choices are A, strongly agree, B, agree, C, don't know, D, disagree, E, strongly disagree. Give you a moment to vote, and if you'll just put the results up as soon as, wow. So 50% disagree, and if you add in another 19%, you have almost 70% disagree or strongly disagree. And if you look at agree, almost nobody strongly agrees. A modest percentage, 14, for a total of 20, agree in some way. And interestingly, compared to most of the other questions, very few people undecided on this. So a pretty clear consensus that the region does not provide adequate educational and skill development support for an Arab youth pursuing a career in digital media. Clearly, there are challenges and opportunities ahead. With that, let's have our first presentation and invite up to the stage Ahmed Abbas, who is the COO of QSoft Holding. He played a pivotal role in the development and upgrading of the world-renowned satirical Egyptian TV show Al Bernameg with Bassem Youssef in its 2nd and 3rd seasons. He comes from a strong advertising and public relations background. He's worked with several multinational companies in Egypt and around the world. Let's welcome Ahmed Abbas.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you so much. Great, so I'm very happy to be here today. Thank you so much. I'm honored to be for the first time as a speaker at the ADMS. Millennials, so when I was asked to do this presentation, the first thing you usually do is that you Google millennials. So who in the room is below 35? Show of hands. All right, not so many here today, okay, but you can. All right, great. So the rest you can leave. I mean, the presentation was just for the people below 35. No, I'm joking. So to talk about, I'm going to talk about the future of video and video production in connection with millennials. So to talk about that, I'm sure you've been bombarded with a lot of statistics since yesterday and today, so bear with me a bit. A few numbers are very interesting here. Internet penetration in the region has doubled in the past 4 years. We have about 150 internet users. At the same time, the growth rate of internet usage compared to the rest of the world is 5% more. So we have more internet users than 4 years ago, and they're growing much faster. A catalyst to this phenomenon, was part of it, is the Arab Spring and the political scene in our region. The youth started using the internet and using social media websites to find out what's going on the streets and to communicate with each other, because traditional media was not offering them what they were expecting. At the same time, they did not just decide to consume media, they also decided to become part of the conversation. They decided to give feedback to that media, and they decided also to become part of producing media and not just consuming it. So we see another interesting thing is that Asda Marstella published a study from which I'm going to share 2 slides of them. One of them is that they asked a very simple question. In your opinion, what is the most trusted source of news? And we see over the years, social media is gaining more trust. Another question was, where do you get your news from? Or what is your source of news? And again, social media and online are growing. So social media and online are growing in terms of trust and in terms of consumption. And this is very interesting, and you can tell where the future is going. When we compared growth of consumption of content over TV sets versus consumption over mobile devices, it's not even comparable. Mobile devices consumption is 35 times as much as TV consumption growth. YouTube statistics tell us that about 2 hours of content are uploaded here every minute in our region, and about 14.5 million hours are watched every day, and that's about 1,666 years a day. And I just calculated that right now. This puts the region ahead of Brazil and second to the USA in terms of content consumption on YouTube. Another very interesting study shows that if you combine the GDP of Arab-speaking countries together, that ranks us number 6 in the world. And if you compare that with the content produced in other languages, for example, Turkish language, they produce 4 times as much content as we do. And the Portuguese language produces twice as much content as we do. On YouTube alone, we consume about 5% of the content that is being watched globally. And we only produce 2% in our region. And if we talk about Saudi Arabia alone, when it comes to mobile YouTube consumption, it's about 25%. It's the highest consuming country in the world when it comes to YouTube over mobile. So it's very clear. There is a huge opportunity. There's a huge gap between consumption and production in this region. And there's a huge white space, which I'm going to talk to you about later on. When we saw this gap and we saw the opportunity that millennials are there to not just watch content, but also to become part of the conversation, it was very clear for us in Al-Barnamij. We wanted to be part of this. And our main target segment were the millennials. About 86% of our viewers were between 18 and 35. And this served us well, because our subscriber base and our views, we generated 185 million views, just counting the official views from our official channel, not including mashups or user-uploaded videos, because this would quadruple this number easily. And we've had about 2.5 million subscribers. When we compared that to other content creators within our YouTube network, because we were one of the first YouTube networks, and according to socialblade.com, we are the biggest YouTube network in the region when it comes to views and revenues. About 70% from our subscriber base across our entire network are millennials as well. So millennials are not just creating content, they're also creating it. I'm sure you're familiar with most of these faces in the region. I'm going to mention some by name. So I will start with our team first. So I'm very happy and proud to be part of that great team of Al-Barnamij. Everybody in this team is a millennial. Well, not everybody, except for Bassem and his daughter Nadia. Shadi Sroor, a 19-year-old Egyptian who's making fun of Egyptian habits every day, who started on Vine. He's now having 40 million views and 300,000 plus subscribers, and that in less than a year. Fahd al-Butiri from La Yakthar Show is a live living example. He's someone who started as a stand-up comedian, became a great YouTuber, and he just starred in A to B movie, Imagination's latest production. And this is a movie that is being published globally. So he's a live living example of a very successful conversion from TV to global stardom. Another great example are Kharabish, another multi-channel network in the region with 300 million views and over 2 million subscribers. TubeStar Network is another project that we're doing where we had a call-out campaign and we received about 4,000 responses with 1,000 video submissions, and we have about 9 productions now going on that we're selling to TV networks. So we expect that in the future that TV networks, and this has already started, are going to become part of that conversation. They're going to tap into that potential of those millennials that are consuming and creating content at the same time, and they're going to try to attract them to become part of whatever they do. And we also see TV channels now trying to create content for the digital space. And this is just going to go on and grow further. Talking about advertisers, advertisers are going to start to be more engaging. So this is a very interesting example from KitKat, where they created the KitKat Arabia Comedy Break, where they gathered a lot of comedians from the region and created a competition, and the winner received a very interesting award. And at the same time, they created a very engaging experience with pure branded content generating over 3 million views. So the future. Because we're a YouTube network and we work a lot with Google, we get to sit with many of those executives. And I remember a very interesting thought that an executive shared with us once. So I mentioned white space. Remember when there was just radio, there was no TV, or when there was TV and there was no internet? Every time a new medium comes up, a lot of white space is created that needs to be filled with content. So it's the opportunity. It's basically a blank sheet that needs to be filled. And this is a huge opportunity for anybody who wants to be part of the media industry. There are no gatekeepers on the internet. The only person who will stop you from sharing your ID is basically you. If you just have a mobile phone with a camera and you have an ID, the idea that you want to share with the world, you can just go ahead. And many have done that. People like Bassem, Justin Bieber, Michelle Pfans, L'Oreal, who has created $1 billion industry. So there are no gatekeepers on the internet. And there is a new digital language. So the language of video optimization and of content creation online and how to develop audience online is different than traditional TV. And this is the language that millennials speak and that millennials perfect. And I believe personally that this language is the new English, because this is the language that people like Pita Planet speak that we were just talking about, and at the same time others are speaking. So I want to leave you with those 3 thoughts, and thank you so much.
Thank you, and we'll be able to follow up on that with some questions. Let's move right on to our second presentation from Chris Seth. Chris is the Managing Director at Dynamic Signal. Dynamic Signal was founded by the team behind ComScore, Flycast, and Adify, and it works with large brands, enabling them to scale their content marketing. Chris has helped build several global companies and is an investor and early advisor to many more. Chris, if you are here. And there you are.
Okay. Great to be here. Thanks for all your hospitality since we arrived. That's 9.5 minutes. I'm going to tell you a bit about me first, and then I'm going to go into some kind of macro factors on how we see the market for millennials and how that's causing change across the media industry and what the opportunities are for investors as a result of that change. I suppose my career is essentially in 3 buckets: the old, the new, and the soon-to-be even bigger. But I worked in advertising at BBDO, Time Out, and the New York Times, and I've spent around 10 years in startups since then, a couple of large social networks, social gaming companies, and right now, as Jeff said, I'm running a software as a service business called Dynamic Signal, and I'm also an advisor and investor in a number of other companies. So we've already talked about this. Millennials, anybody really born after 1980, and so that counts me out. 1.8 billion already in the world today. That's accelerating rapidly, and that map is going to be a lot more green in another 10 years' time. And just in the US, the disposable income of this generation is skyrocketing, with spend in 2017 estimated at $200 billion. What are they doing all day? Well, they're super, again, as we've heard, super connected across a range of devices, spending up to 18 hours on media every day. And one of the interesting factors here for those in the millennial generation already in the workplace is that there's an increasing blurring between work and play, between personal and professional lives. And that's a real opportunity, I think, for investment, and one in which dynamic signal is playing a part. Of course, print, the shift from print to mobile is also accelerating, and there's a huge upside, we believe. These slides, courtesy of Kleiner Perkins and Mary Meeker, you may have seen them before. There's a huge upside in terms of the mobile ad spend. Facebook's last quarter, as you may have seen, saw mobile ad spend close to $3 billion, with about 700 million users on mobile every day. And that really is the tip of the iceberg, we think. Of course, the flip side of that is, with the millennials particularly, that print is on the wane, and the disproportionate spend of print advertising is set to decline over the next 10 years. Broadcast, of course, is evolving, certainly not dying. In many ways, it's experiencing a rebirth. Screens, of course, are proliferating. Traditional remotes are disappearing, but people, in fact, the millennial generation, I saw an interesting stat the other day suggesting that 45% of people aged 18 to 35 would prefer to use either a mobile, a tablet, or a computer as their remote rather than the traditional remote, which, of course, we can never find. Apps are replacing channels. Again, iPlayer, a great example of that. Netflix and the internet, TV is the platform of choice for this generation. Again, this generation is a generation that's always on, it's always connected, and it's always online. Nearly 3 times as much internet TV viewing versus the non-millennial generation. 34% of viewing is on the internet. Thank you. And of course, social media is really the glue across all of the media consumption. And again, the interesting stat here from an investor's point of view is that Saudi Arabia is clearly leading the way as the global leader in, when asked the question, what would you share? Would you share everything on social, or most things on social? Saudi Arabia responded with a yes in over 60% of those polled. And again, the developing markets are really leading the way in a lot of these social behaviors, as we've heard today and yesterday, and that's set to continue. The big news in terms of investments is still focused today in the US, but again, we believe there's a big opportunity in emerging markets, and that's just going to increase as the millennial generation takes charge. The daily distribution, again, an interesting stat here. Saudi Arabia is leading the way in terms of the screen minutes attributed to the phone, to the smartphone, and again, the top 5 there are all emerging markets, one way or the other, although China isn't really an emerging market. So multiple screens are proliferating, but of course, going back to the evolution of TV, it's not a zero-sum game. And in fact, if you look at the stats from the 2012 Olympics in London, those people watching TV with a second screen connected were actually watching more TV. So TV's viewership, as I say, is really being driven by the internet and by smartphone and by tablet usage, where people are looking for all kinds of program content, all kinds of background on whether it's a sports event or a film, but also, interestingly, are looking for information in 10% of cases with millennials around brands. So there's a big opportunity for advertisers also with the second screen. So business models are evolving. The kind of content community, commerce opportunity is evolving fast. And there are multiple examples of companies who are building solid, robust businesses on some of these platforms here. It's never been less expensive to start a startup with Amazon's web services and the potential of large audiences with Facebook and Twitter and LinkedIn and others, and of course the App Store on iPhone and Google. And we again see those opportunities across multiple markets. Just a couple of examples. There's a really interesting, if you're a wine connoisseur, there's a really interesting social network for wine connoisseurs called Vivino, which is completely built on the social platform. And if you're a fisherman, Fishbrain you should check out, which is also very interesting for the millennial generation. So looking at some of the numbers and rattle through this really quickly, the capital is still very much US focused, but again, Europe, the Middle East and Africa is certainly growing, more than twice as fast as the US, but still proportionately small. And again, just looking at the European markets here, investment is very more evenly spread than it was 10 years ago. Of course, the big winners in social media and in technology, the big billion-dollar exits have typically and remain Silicon Valley based in the main. But just 3 future winners that I'm involved with. The first there, the live internet courtesy of Banjo, which is a fascinating app which provides the location layer for the internet, enables you to look at a live stream of social content through a grid reference, through a city, through a street, through any address, and provides multiple opportunities for news organizations and consumers alike. Second example there, Dynamic Signal, which I talked about and Jeff introduced, is a software as a service business, which is really connecting the two worlds of one's personal and professional life, and powering advocacy for companies through their employees, building extreme value through that. And the third example, a very fascinating business called Controlio, early stage company based in London, which is building a consumer-facing business to empower individuals to take control of their data, the data that companies are amassing on them. Very interesting from a privacy point of view, but even more interesting from a commercial point of view, as it gives those individuals the chance to turn the tables, if you like, on companies and actually invite those companies to provide them with offers, provide them with interesting things to do based on the data that they are then able to either turn on or turn off at the times that they're choosing. So that's it from me, and thank you for listening.
Interesting about Saudi Arabia, those numbers are adjusted for population. So we'd love to get into that and why, whether it's the youth of the population. All right, our third presentation is Satyan Gajwani. He is the CEO of Times Internet. Times Internet is the digital arm of the Times of India group. For those who aren't familiar, India, one of the few markets where printed newspaper circulation is skyrocketing. It'll be interesting to see if that continues as the population gets older and as digital becomes bigger. The Times of Internet group has over 100 million monthly visitors. Satyan also runs the Times Internet companies as a collection of startups, with each one having independent leadership. In the past 18 months, the Times Internet Group has made 3 acquisitions, 5 global business alliances, and over 20 plus investments. Satyan, delighted to have you.
Hello? Yep. Cool. Great. So I'm going to speak about something a little bit different. Maybe I missed the brief, I'm not sure. But so I run Times Internet. It's a large media company's digital arm. But we run very independently. And what I wanted to speak about today was a bit about why we don't really like to think of ourselves like a media company, and some of the ways that we run that we think define us differently from how most media companies run. So the first question is, what is a digital media company, right? So media, if you put it very simply, is the means of communication. Whoops, I can stand here and I can see these slides myself. The means of communication that reach or influence people widely. Now, traditionally, when you think about media, you think about news or entertainment content, and that's where we think about, in the digital spectrum, companies like the New York Times and CNN. But increasingly, we've seen that spectrum really widen. So you've seen digital-first companies like Huffington Post and BuzzFeed, and you started to see platforms like Netflix and Spotify. But increasingly, we think of companies like Facebook and Apple and Android and Amazon and Xiaomi actually turning into media companies of their own as they really verticalize and offer content alongside many other services. All of these, in our minds, are media companies. So we're a little bit different than most media companies when we go online in that we do run our traditional brands online, like the Times of India, which is the largest English newspaper in the world, and the Economic Times. But we've really expanded our portfolio well beyond that. We started partnering with companies like Huffington Post and Gizmodo and Business Insider and many others. We developed digital-first news brands like India Times and another one, ClickBuzz, we recently acquired. We've expanded even further into actually having entertainment platforms like Ghana, a music streaming service, Box TV, a video streaming service, and we've actually realmed further into commerce and transactional services as well. Now, from our perspective, we are a digital media company, but we think of all of these and all of the different properties that we run as different types of media outlets in their own right. We reach about 100 million users every month, and we're very fortunate because we're in a market that is probably the most exciting digital market in the world today. India has anywhere between 150 and 200 million people connected online today, but the view is that in 3 or 4 years that will reach 500 million. And at that point, the scale of opportunity is really, really significant. We're the largest Indian digital group by traffic on a monthly basis, and we have about 2 billion page views every month. So what makes a digital media company special? What makes it different? Today I wanted to just focus on 4 very simple things which are related to culture but really relate into how they actually operate as companies. The first thing is that they think wider. Now, I've heard a lot of presentations today talking about the need for the TV industry to go from here, to combat piracy, to do a number of different things. When we think about growth, and when we see how other digital media companies think about growth, the level of potential expansion has a different framework of opportunity, right? I'll give a simple example of Spotify. Now, Spotify has this incredible opportunity. They have this possibility of being on every single person's phone globally. That is hundreds of millions of users who could be listening to music. And yet last week, or this week, Spotify announced a partnership with Uber to say, how do we now bring Spotify into the car experience? And increasingly, Spotify's attitude is, how do we bring Spotify into the home? How do we bring Spotify into the office? How do we bring it into pretty much every environment you're in? And I think culturally it's an important point because digital media companies have this opportunity to think well beyond a single medium or a single channel or a single way of approaching consumers. The other thing that I think digital media companies do well is that as they expand their reach and expand their brand's association, they keep a very strong connection with their consumer. So most traditional media brands, when they go online, they say, okay, we need to have a Facebook page, and we need to have a Twitter page, and an Instagram page, and blah, 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 blah. And that's all great. But at the end of the day, they're diluting, in some ways, their ownership and relationship with the customer as other platforms make it stronger. And I think some of the things that we've learned is that really good digital media companies learn that as they expand, they still keep that relationship with the customer. The second thing that I think is very different about a digital media company is that they operate with a lot more science and a lot less art. So when we think about growth or marketing, we are incredibly quantitative. Yes, we do print ads and TV ads and many other things, but we think about what are the product-enhanced features which we can directly attribute to taking a product from 1 million users to 10 million users to 50 million users over the next few years. And it's an incredibly quantitative study to do that. We use data to validate our decision-making. This is one of the dashboards, for instance, that we use for our news properties. Oops, back there. So this is one of the dashboards we use for our news properties, which is on a regular basis telling us what are people consuming, how is it changing on a minute basis or on a second basis, so that we can regularly adapt our content. And when we think about advertising, we're ready to look at ways to analyze and assess and validate the value that we bring, rather than simply saying we're really big and we're really important and you should associate with us. And we deliver performance in many different ways. So I think digital media companies differentiate in some sense because they're incredibly quantitative. And that's a weird thing to hear in the media world, because media companies are about creativity and are about content and not necessarily about math and science. And I think that's an interesting distinction that's there. The third thing that I think is different is that media companies thrive in hyper-competition. Now, why do I say hyper-competition? Because unlike a TV business, which has 50 or 100 or 200 competitors, or a print business that may have 5 or 10 competitors, or a radio business that may have 20 competitors, the internet literally has thousands of companies, some of which are billions of dollars of value, some of which are literally 4 kids sitting in a garage. and all of them are competing. And that level of hyper-competition means that the way you operate is dramatically different. You react much faster. If we told you that today, 3 years ago, the largest revenue driver for Facebook didn't exist, you wouldn't really believe it. And yet Facebook has been able to really adapt amazingly to figure out that mobile advertising, they figured out a specific methodology within that, saw its uptake, and then reacted rapidly to evangelize it. Most of the major digital media companies you'll ever meet have changed in many, many ways. And they embrace that change and are very willing to accept that pivoting, as they call it, is a positive thing, not a negative thing. They also realize, and this is one of the really different things about digital media versus traditional media, in many ways, outcomes are binary. Either you succeed or you don't. There's not really a lot of space for 4 people doing the same thing. There's not a lot of space for multiple players and ratings to go up and down. That's not how it works. And so what happens is, when you're aiming for things like market share, you think about that far more than you think about cash flows. So the classic quintessential example is Facebook and MySpace. A traditional media attitude would have said both will exist, they'll continue trade-off on share, one will be bigger this month, one will get bigger next month, they'll have their ups and downs. And when News Corp took over, they ran it like a traditional media company in many ways. As a result, Facebook, which was a lot less profit-oriented and a lot more oriented around building the best consumer experience and focusing on market share, really took the cake. And what we realize is that the whole idea of competition is very, very different online than it is offline. The last thing that I want to talk about is the importance of teams. So in traditional media, one of the things that happens, part of the reason you have so much less competition is because it's expensive to start a traditional media business. Starting a TV business, you have to have distribution, that costs a lot of money. You have to have a production set up, that costs a lot of money. Whereas in digital, anybody can start a business. And so what happens is the only asset that you really have, which is special, are the people who run your business. And I think this is something that actually involves itself very differently. So the type of people we try to recruit, we think about hiring entrepreneurs more than professionals. Now that's a very generic statement, but the best example I can give you is that in the last 4 or 5 people we've hired, they joined. I think this is true for about 4 of the 5 of them. After 2 or 3 days, they came back to me, and they had joined on a specific role saying, I'm going to take on this project, I'm going to drive it. They came back 3 days later and they said, Satyan, what's my title? And they said, who do I report to? And it's a crazy thing, because in a traditional media world where you think about hierarchy and you think about bureaucracy and spoke of authority, who reports to who, it's different here. It's, of course, there is hierarchy, there are structures. But in general, people are a lot more focused on outcome and impact more than on authority. And so it becomes a different kind of cultural mindset that you use in how you operate. The other major change is that as a company, you have to be ready to lose control. Because things change so quickly that if you're not able to change as quickly as the environment does, you will fail. And this is one of the things that's very hard for a traditional company, which has had very good processes and controls and setups and whatever it may be. To let go of those and really lose control a bit is a critical step. And the flip side of it is that you have to have very aggressive incentives. When people succeed, they have to feel like there is a major upside for them if you really want to retain and motivate the best talent. So quickly to summarize, digital companies think wider, they're more scientific, they thrive in competition, and they focus on having great, exceptional team members. The last statement I'll make, and then I'm going to run off stage, is that I don't think this is just about media companies. Part of the reason I think this presentation is about millennials is because there's a new breed of companies across media and across industries that is coming up that's looking at the world differently. And that's saying that a lot of the old ways in how companies operated, which were centered on hierarchy, bureaucracy, process, stability, and predictability, are going to change. And I think that's really exciting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And what beautiful slides. What real effort and energy went into that. Everybody has been so good on time. Most of the job of a moderator is to keep the traffic flowing. You've made my job easy. And our final presentation, before we get into a little discussion, is from Vince Gossip. He's the co-founder and CEO of Falafel Games. And it's getting so late and I'm getting so hungry. A falafel sounds good right about now. Falafel Games is a producer and publisher of massive multiplayer online games with a Middle Eastern flavor. 2 of their games, Knights of Glory and The Last War, have achieved great financial and critical success. Vince, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Sati, for the presentation. Okay. So I'm Vincent Gossub, co-founder and CEO of Falafel Games. I'm asked to talk about millennials with respect to games, or vice versa, games with respect to millennials, or both. So if I have to think about it and have a 1-minute presentation about what are games in the lives of millennials, or what do millennials mean for games, it would be this: that millennials are a generation who were told by their parents that it's unacceptable, mostly, to play games. But they are a generation who will tell their kids, mostly, that it's totally acceptable to play games. This is it. This is my presentation. If I have to finish in 1 minute, that's it. It's a generation that wasn't allowed to play games mostly, but that would accept and embrace games for the next generation mostly. But we have time. Let's think a little bit about what does this mean? The ramifications, the consequences, the results of this generational shift. Okay, so I'm a millennial myself. Okay, depending on where you set the boundary of millennials, I may be an older millennial, but a millennial nonetheless. And I remember when I was a kid, my parents would drag me out of my console to send me to bed. You know, you can't play, it's your bedtime, come on, just go to bed. So this is what I was faced. What I faced, and a lot of my friends faced. But I don't think that I or my friends would do the same behavior to the next generation. We love games, we've played games, and we would totally embrace and let the next generation play games. So a natural consequence of this is that, not surprisingly, gamers will be more and more. Across devices, across generations, there will just be a larger proportion of games. It's going from the fringe teenager sitting in his living room playing alone to a mainstream. I mean, even now, even as a lot of millennials don't have kids yet, gaming is in a lot of ways a global pastime, in terms of time spent on the smartphone and other devices, and time spent out of a person's time. So in terms of how much more gamers do we have? If you look at the Facebook platform, at Facebook, okay, more than half of whoever belongs to Facebook or whoever touched Facebook in the last month are interested in games. Now, this is the millennial. This is all of Facebook's population. Now, you can say, okay, there will be more games, more gamers. Is it good? Is it bad for society? The millennials are having a bad influence. It can be. It can be good. It can be bad. It can be a blessing. It can be a curse. But it's inevitable. And we have to, accept it and deal with it. It's just like fire. When we first find out about fire, it can protect us. It can use us. We can use it to do harm. It can be good. It can be bad. But now, especially living in Abu Dhabi, we cannot think that we can live without fire. So it's gonna happen. It's going to be acceptable. And in particular, in this region, if we look at some statistics, bottom-up statistics that we have from our network. So we reach about single-digit million players on a monthly basis. And I would say that, so our own data shows that 2/3 of Saudi gamers and United Arab Emirates gamers are millennials. All right, so we have two numbers there. Half of Facebook is interested in games, and 2/3 of Saudi and UAE are gamers are millennials. So it means that there will be more gamers, and among gamers, millennials are the driving force of that. They remain a question mark, okay? Games are good, games are bad, but it will no longer be a question mark in the next generation. Okay, it's not such a huge insight to say that one generation is a transition between the previous and the next, but in the particular case of millennials, it is a major tipping point, a major shift in how it affects the scale of gamers. Now, this deals with how much. Let's look at how it affects the next generation. Today, with the millennials, with those question mark, they may look at buying necessities first. Let's see how it affects their commerce. They may think of buying necessities first, then going out for a movie, having dinner, and then maybe, if there's any disposable income left, do an in-app purchase. Okay, those lines are going to be blurred in the complementary things. After necessities, after we pay our rent, and after we buy food, once we have to decide whether we are going to go for dinner or buy a new pair of jeans or do an in-app purchase, a virtual item, those things are going to blur. The complementary things, whether virtual or physical, there will not be a priority for physical on virtual. There will just be they will just be mixed. For example, so you go to Abu Dhabi Mall, you see people buying $150, $200 pairs of jeans. What are they buying? What? Is it really worth $200? Maybe there's something else they're buying. Is it status, social recognition, belonging to a certain group, psychological satisfaction? Maybe some of those. Most people would say it's a combination of those things. So games just sell this. Games just sell status, social recognition, psychological satisfaction, social belonging. So they sell you this and without selling the fabric. So it's even looks kind of like a better deal than going to Abu Dhabi Mall and getting a pair of jeans. So virtual, physical will no longer exist. It will be mixed. There will be a better deal in getting a virtual item or a better deal in getting a physical item. The boundaries will be totally gone. As a matter of fact, if you look at our own community of gamers on our own network, we've had over the past couple of years tens of couples meet and get married in our games. We've had employers find employees within our games. I hear news inside of our games before it's on Twitter or on TV or anywhere else from my clan within my game. Condolences. Some clans send condolences and money to the parents of some deceased players. It happens even before their real-world friend. So when games actually do mean today so much to some people in terms of social connectedness, marriage, employment, death, belonging, news, they already mean this. Is it really a question to say are virtual items less important to them than physical items? What they mean for them in terms of social connectedness is the same. Whether virtual or physical, doesn't matter. They have so much. Games are hosting such important social environments that it's no longer a question to question whether, virtual, I want to buy a virtual hat or a physical hat. So that's a first observation in terms of how millennials would affect behavior in commerce. And another one is how it would affect how millennials and games would affect in the next generation industry. So we've looked through most of this conference at the great, let's call it a great unbundling of of power. And journalism, it used to be like a central body of intelligence that does the editorial work for news and broadcasts to the edges. So this is completely obliterated. Now every node on the network is itself a news station, a TV station. I'm going to give a small background on this great unbundling and then say how games and the effect of millennials in games affect this. Let's call it great unbundling for now. So this unbundling in journalism is not only happening in journalism, it's going to happen in education, in banking and finance, in government, in commerce. In education, for example, it's no longer like a teacher who's like the vessel of all knowledge, opening his vessel of knowledge and distributing it broadcasting it to the nodes of the network. Everybody's a teacher. I can speak English, someone is looking, maybe. I can speak Mandarin, someone is looking to study Mandarin, I may be able to teach him. I can become a school myself. Today we see a little bit of this transition with teachers being more enablers of learning as opposed to vessels of learning. It's banking will be unbundled that way. Everyone can be a borrower or a lender, and it doesn't have to be, a total solution of corporate finance, consumer finance, mortgages, and I don't know what, totally unbundled. The central body of intelligence is no longer doing in the center, it's risk management and then deciding for everybody. Everyone can be a bank. Education, if we dig too deep in this, we may open a Pandora's box, but it's getting unbundled. Government may get unbundled. Commerce certainly unbundled, even beyond the eBays and just, way beyond the eBay models. So where do games stand in this? Am I going to say that games are also getting unbundled and we are going to co-create games on a mass scale and everyone will be millions of people across the world creating a single game? Yes, but it's not just that. This is going to happen. People are already writing books, co-creating books at massive scale. It's going to move to game, another form of art. But game is no longer going to just behave as one vertical within this industry. It's going to also be a horizontal enabler of all those industries. It would act as the lingua franca in the community guidelines of those industries. Frequent flyer programs are gamified. Airline industry is gamified. Schools, Duolingo is a gamification. Wikipedia, the way its community structure works, is a gamification. So the generation after the millennials, they are used to player control. They are used to immediate feedback. They will be used to immediate feedback. They will be used to narratives. They will be used to social connectedness, social flow. It's natural for them to use those gaming principles to regulate all the other verticals that are getting unbundled. So this is it, to summarize. How much? Huge growth in gamers thanks to the millennials, their shift in attitude between, the attitude towards the next generation. They are the main drivers of games in Saudi and United Arab Emirates. How virtual and physical goods are no longer comparable, they are just mixed. They are comparable by their value, and at the industry level, a horizontal enabler of many other industries. Now, but all of this is at insight. I mean, at the end of the day, civilizations always, if you think of play, games, it's about the core concept of fun, and we've always looked for fun. We've always tried to seek fun, Ancient Chinese have boards, dice. Ancient Egyptians have boards, dogs and jackals. Now we find in archaeological sites in Turkey beautiful little pawns that were used on boards. So, in fact, to go back to the story when my parents would kick me out of my console into my bed, most often I would wait a couple of minutes, get out of my bed and try to sneak back into the living room, only to find my own parents playing my own games on my own console. So really, they didn't want to get me out of the console because it's my bedtime. They just wanted to play my games, but did not want to say it. But millennials are saying it, embracing it with a resounding embrace, and this is the main difference that they will be doing. This is then I knew that I should enter the gaming business. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Those were 4 really thoughtful presentations. If we can have the other 3 come up, and it's getting late, but it's still not too late to have a good discussion. There's no place for me to sit, so I'm going to stand. I may walk behind you and really nudge you in the back if you go on too long. But thank you for that. So I want to get the audience involved. And incidentally, is the iPad with the audience questions available? If not, we can just take questions from the floor. Okay. But let me just start with one big question. I think for those of us who are older than millennials, there comes that awful moment in life. Sometimes it's with your own children, sometimes it's when you say something, when you realize you've become your parents, and the terror is real. Is that going to happen to millennials? Is the way they're playing games going to change? Will they be playing games the same way when they're 75 years old, teaching their kids how to do it? Will they be watching television the same way? Will they go back to linear? How much of this is a function of the fact they're young, and as we talked a little bit in the panel before, they have time, and as they get older and they have responsibilities, will they really have changed, or will they become their parents?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure. Not sure yet, but if I have to make a guess, is like from my own personal experience, if I like to play action RPGs today, then I'm 75-year-old. I think I would like to play then.
So you think you will be playing games at 75?
I expect to, if I live so long. But yes, I expect to be playing games then.
And other thoughts on that? On which of these are which are transitional behaviors and which are transformational behaviors? And we're talking a lot about media. Chris?
Yeah, I think one of the interesting observations there is the platforms obviously change, the games change, the behaviors and the cultural changes that technology and the media is driving today are going to be with us for decades, if not centuries. So I think one of the interesting areas there is the blurring between personal and professional. People are increasingly playing in the workplace. Perhaps they're not meant to be gaming in the workplace, but sharing content from the workplace about their companies and equally working from home. And I think that's a big opportunity for media businesses to
So I'm still
harness.
not getting a good handle on this, though. Are the millennials really different?
Yes. I think you're
And permanently different?
They will always be different. I think you'll always see
But boomers were different from their parents when they were young, and I'm sad to say we became our parents. Are millennials permanently, to the best of your knowledge? We're not going to really
So
know.
they will be what they are today, and they'll continue to be that. But I think the more important point is that especially as technologies change things, you are going to see newer and more different and weirder consumption habits develop as kids, as younger people get older. So I'll give 2 examples. Okay, one is email. All of us live on email. The generation that's 15 to 20 doesn't use email at all because messaging apps have replaced that for them. That's a completely different communication paradigm than what we've ever grown up with.
But messaging apps work, and I'm not challenging you, I'm really trying to understand from you. Messaging apps work because they're synchronous, by and large.
So let me give
when you have time, you can do synchronous. Email is great when you do asynchronous, when you have kids and jobs and sleep. So do you think they will stay synchronous?
So if I told you that there was a company that in the US drives more than 10% of all bandwidth at certain times, where all people do is watch other people play video games, you would say that is crazy, and that I'm crazy for that to even be an idea, let alone
unless
a company,
you're Amazon.
unless you were actually realizing that it was a $1 billion acquisition by Amazon, and it was one of the largest drivers of video consumption in the world, which was kids or people watching other people play video games. Now, if you call that media consumption, that is what it is.
Sure.
But it's completely foreign to even someone like me who's 30, who I guess is now old in that sense, right? And no offense to everyone else here, but my point is that even I find I'm not able to identify with what a 15-year-old wants today. And my guess is when that 15-year-old becomes 30, he will have a hard time understanding what a 20-year-old or a 15-year-old
As it's always been. But the
But
question,
faster now. I
but
think
the
it's
question is, does it all even out at 50, 60, 70?
It doesn't.
Or has some, I
No.
mean, this is the difference between transformation and just transitional change.
It's a transformation. If you look at, and that's not an effect of millennials, it's an effect of just games going mainstream. If you look at my parents' generation, or people that are above 50
Your parents who wanted to play your games.
Right, so now they are more publicly there, and the whole generation, and data is behind it. This segment is actually growing. Games for seniors are more and more in demand today. It's not like the cohort of millennials is going to ask for games. The cohort before millennials is already embracing games in their senior age.
Our work shows the heaviest gamers are people over the age of 65, but that's with the broad definition of games as solitaire, Sudoku, Scrabble, crossword puzzles. And those are games. When you look at massive multiplayer games, they're not 70.
But I think the other way of looking at this is the millennials are actually teaching the older generations to behave like millennials, and that's happening with multi-screen usage is not just the preserve of a 35 or under individual. We all do that all the time. Whether we admit to it or not, whether we're concentrating on the task at hand, we're usually doing 2 or 3 things or trying to. 80% of millennials say that they sleep with their phone by their bed, and I know that's true from my house. But again, it's not exclusively the behavior of a 15-year-old boy, it's also his father. So I think that we're learning and we're changing our behavior as a result of the technology around us.
And I was very cool when I taught my parents how to use a VCR. And anyway, we're not going to get an answer. We just can get some thoughts on this.
Where did you fly in from?
Sorry?
Did you fly into Abu Dhabi?
I flew in from, I live in the U.S.
Did you use your frequent flyer number?
Did I see? I'm sorry.
Did you use your frequent flyer number on your trip?
I sure did.
You did?
Yes.
How many points did you get?
I don't know. I'll find out.
Did you level up from silver to gold?
Abu Dhabi's far away.
Are you going to check if you leveled up?
At some point, yes.
Yeah, so you are most likely playing a game, and it's a game that permeates the airline industry.
You don't have to convince me of gaming. Gaming is everywhere, and we play games in all things. And games, I think 10 years ago, we thought games were teenage boys frittering away their time or serial killers in training. We're now learning that game playing, managers know that gamers are the best employees. They know how to do teamwork, task orientation. There's lots to learn from games. So let's open it to some questions. Maybe I screwed up. I don't have my iPad. So we're going to have to do it with microphones, but we have about 8 or 9 minutes and would love to take some questions. It is late, but I still have energy. There's lots of food waiting for us. Question over there, if we can get a microphone to... first the lady, and then the gentleman. If you can pass it to the gentleman behind you when you're finished. And if it's a general question or if it's specific to one person, let us know.
Hello. Yes. Thank you for the presentations. I am a parent that is older than a millennial. I have a 7-year-old boy at home, and I am strong in controlling him playing games. But later on, I find that this is a problem because he's complaining that his friends is playing some games and it's kind of culture. Gaming becomes a culture, and he feels like he's out of that culture. He lost the conversation with his friends. So the question I'm asking here is, when you guys as game creators or designers, how can you combine gaming and education, as well as social responsibilities and moral ethics for those millennials?
So how can you build parenting into gaming? How can you build good values into gaming? Or are they antithetical?
Well, it's what we make of it. It's just like I said, it's like, fire. You can use it to be protected or to be bad. No, some of the most vocal proponents of technology do ask their own children to limit the use of technology. So when we make games, oftentimes we take this into consideration and we actively monitor and, remind players who spend more than 12 hours in a row in a game that maybe it's time to go
have a break or it's prayer time or something. I don't think we figured out how to integrate games in education. But certainly education is a broken game and it needs to be fixed. Many people are going to try to fix it and many are going to fail, but many people are also going to succeed in trying to fix the game that is education.
I'll give you a practical example of a company that is doing this, I think doing it really well. It's a company called Little Bridge World, based in London, and they started their business as an educational virtual world multiplayer game in a way for English speakers to learn foreign languages, and there's a whole gamification layer in there, prizes, incentives, rewards for answering educational questions, but they flipped the model a couple of years ago, so now it's more about people who are non-English speakers learning English, and so it's a fascinating product, and I think there are going to be many more examples like that in the future, where you can combine gaming with education and make it fun and deliver value, working with the education systems in each country, rather than it being something that lives outside it. So we'll see.
Before we get to the next question, Sajjan, I thought that was a really powerful presentation on media companies, and I don't want you to get lost in all the discussion of gaming. Let's get the next question queued up. But let me ask, I assume the Times of India, the printed newspaper part, is what paid initially and supported all these internet ventures.
Still does.
But do you see a day when the reverse will happen?
Yeah.
When the printed paper will recede and the digital properties will be the work engine of the company?
I mean, that's why we're making the investments we are today. I mean, the cool thing about what we're doing is the scale. Our newspapers are very large in India, and we probably reach 20 or 30 million people with them, with a very high engagement. Online, our expectation is that today we're reaching about 100 million users, and we should be able to reach anywhere between 300 and 400 million in the next 5 years. And with that kind of a reach, of course, you have to figure out how to monetize it well and actually build good businesses, and it's way harder online in many ways. But if you get it right, the upward opportunity is just phenomenal.
Do you think the printed newspaper will eventually disappear in India?
I mean, at some point it may. I think the difference is that in India there are a lot of macro factors and business-centric factors which keep it around. So like, we keep the newspaper at a very low cover price continuously, even today, and that helps fuel growth. Whereas in many countries, they're increasing the price of newspapers, which in my mind is reducing the demand for it.
Interesting. All right, we had another question, gentleman, I think behind the lady. Yeah, there you are.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the great presentations. I missed the being a millennial with few years, but I have two daughters who are quite young. They are not millennial, but so I can see the...
You don't have daughters, you have a laboratory.
Yeah, exactly. But I can see the difference between my age and what they go through, and the privacy, the issue with the what I think about privacy and the way they think about privacy, and obviously millennials fuel the internet, but this new generation will fuel many other things that we cannot even think about. My question not really about millennials, but to Satyan. You talked about the digital media companies and the way the management is, quite different. My question is, I'm looking at, all the successful startup, the digital companies, let's say, Steve Jobs and Mark Zuckerbergs and Sergey's, and they start the company, but they always turn to someone who's adult to run the company later on. In Steve Jobs' case and Mark Zuckerberg's case and, the Sergey's case.
Didn't work out so well for Steve Jobs initially.
Well, you can say that.
I completely disagree. I think the best digital companies that show longevity are the ones where the founder is still very actively running it, right? So Jeff Bezos runs Amazon, Zuckerberg runs Facebook, Sergey and Larry both run Google, whereas companies that have become very professional-centric, like say eBay, really haven't had the same level of thriving, and the older IT companies like Oracle and whatnot are really trying to reinvent themselves. So actually, I think the only way that a company can really continue to be really nimble, not focused on process, very aggressive, probably a little bit more risk preferring, probably a little bit less sensitive to stockholders and to shareholders, is if there is a very strong promoter or a strong sort of leadership figure who frankly doesn't give a crap what anybody else thinks and just has a vision and really executes on it.
Which is probably the lesson Steve Jobs learned after he turned the company over to John Sculley and then came back and did the great things, having learned that lesson. I think we could slide one more question in. I can't choose, so it's whoever gets the microphone first. Oh, we'll do two, but just those two. Make them fast, though.
I'm Jayant. I work in a consulting firm. I have a question for Satya. By the way, great presentation. You talked about the fourth point that you made around a good team and what it takes to motivate the millennials who work with you.
Yeah.
I'm assuming, and point me if I'm wrong, you also might have people who are non-millennials in your company. And how does the interactions happen? I mean, do you see conflicts? Do you see battles?
Yes.
And how do you sort of resolve those as the CEO?
Look, I think at the end of the day, you have to have a single vision on what you want the company to be. There will be people who align to that vision and who start to buy into it and believe in it, no matter what their age is or no matter what their profile is. And then there are people that won't. And over time, you'll find that the people who really thrive in your system are the ones who align with the values that you set up. And the truth is that sometimes there'll be conflict, and you tend to go with which one sort of fits with where you believe the company should be going. And that's how you resolve it.
All right. And then we did have one last over in the corner, and truly our last.
Thanks. My question is very quick. Is what's the next opportunity for creating content for the millennials? Is it gaming? What kind of gaming? Or is it something else?
Why don't we try to do that quickly with each of you, rather than one person, but quickly, if you don't mind. Amit?
I think there's an opportunity in each space. I mean, there will be an opportunity in gaming, there will be an opportunity in content, in online publishing. It's I think in each field there will be, and there will be other platforms that will emerge. I mean, the internet as we know it today will not be the same thing in the future. There's the Internet of Things. Your refrigerator will be connected with your shop. So I think in the future, I think opportunities will be diverse and on many platforms.
Not going to be able to make any stock investments on that. I'm hoping I'm going to be able to do some investing after the next three.
I think, I don't know gaming that well, so I'll stay out of that one. But let's say in video, I think content that's suited for mobile really is defined to me by length. So I think the most interesting thing that you'll see happen is a lot shorter and very different format lengths. So today you have a half-an-hour TV show and a 2-hour movie. And tomorrow we're seeing things like 6-second videos and 20-second videos. But I think the sweet spot for mobile for like continuous content will be between 1 and 5 minutes. And if you actually saw shows get developed that are that length, it would be pretty interesting.
Vince?
Well, in terms of what content, I also think it's, especially for this region, is across the board. It doesn't matter whether it's gaming or video or news or new formats like Sati is saying. But for the millennials in particular, actually everybody is targeting millennials. It's quite competitive, whatever segment you look at. What you should think of is the millennials in the future. So are we going to be making content or games in particular for millennials who grow older, and what will their preferences be, and the kids of millennials? So people born not knowing that a screen may not be swiped. Any screen would be swiped at tactile interface. So what do you do for those kids who the millennials are going to bring to this world?
All right, Chris, finally, to wrap it up, bring it home.
Yeah, two things. User-generated video, making the millennials, empowering them to be producers, and adding more perspective to the internet, which is still quite a two-dimensional experience for most people. So giving Oculus as an example of where that's going, but also I think Banjo with building a location layer to the internet so that people can see the internet and digital media through the lens of where people are as opposed to just what's on it.
Great. Other than the fact I had to stand, I wish we could have gone on and on and on. I know there's going to be a closing. I hope you will come back tomorrow when I will moderate all the sessions. Thank you very, very much. Really enjoyed those 4 presentations.
Thank you, Jeff, and all of your panelists. Thank you so much.
شكرا جزيلا لكم. Thank you. إذا يوم غد هو اليوم الثالث والأخير. هناك عدد من الجلسات. في اليوم الأول تحدثنا عن المحتوى، في اليوم الثاني وهو اليوم تحدثنا عن التوزيع، في اليوم الثالث والأخير سيتم الحديث وستسلط الأضواء على كيف يمكن تمويل كل هذه العمليات.
Tomorrow we will have an exciting program celebrating the innovation and financing happening here in the Middle East. Thank you all for being with us until now and wish you a great night. Tomorrow the breakfast will be out here in front of this door at 9 a.m. We will start the first session at 9:30.
إذا نلقاكم غدا في الساعة 9 سيكون هناك الإفطار متاح لكم. أما الجلسة الأولى فستفتتح في الساعة 9:30. أتمنى لكم أمسية سعيدة في قمة أبو ظبي للإعلام. شكرا لكم.